following is a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Back here for our final game of day number 2 here in beautiful Upland, Indiana. It's the top seed Tennessee Wesleyan, the visiting team, here against the 3 seed Cumberland. A swing and a miss, and we are off and running just shy at 6:39 p.m. Carson Ford, the left fielder, leads it off for the 4th-ranked Bulldogs. Rick Johnston here with you again with the Crossroads League Player of the Year and the All-American Lincoln Reed. We had a nice elimination game to start, and then 2 of the higher-powered offenses here, Lincoln, in our final game of day 2. Quickly, 2 strikes here on Ford from the starting pitcher, Ethan Torres. I guess it would help if I unmuted. Hi, Lincoln. Here, I know how to run. You've been you've been unmuted.
So yeah, Rick, that Taylor Point Park game was quite a matchup.
Dribbler to the left side, scooped up by the shortstop Andrew Dalton. He whips it to first, and keeping his foot on the bag is the big fella D Triplett, and an exciting way to get out number one. Tennessee Wesleyan dropped their game to 4-seed Point Park 8-4 last night. As the Pioneers, they showed off their hitting prowess, 4 home runs in their loss in our game before this one to Taylor. And a 6-3 put out here retires Ford as Marco Martinez elevated in the order, batting out of the 3-hole last night as the second baseman. He's elevated to the 2 spot here. What would go into a change like that, Link?
Well, it could be a number of factors. As we saw yesterday, Tennessee Wesleyan offense struggled to kind of get that jump start that they needed, so it could be a factor of trying to mix up the lineup, trying to get something new, fresh going. But as we talked, Rick, we're definitely seeing Tennessee Wesleyan coming out swinging, being very, very aggressive. They've had a whole day to think about that loss to Point Park, and we assume they're going to be out for blood.
Tennessee Wesleyan 2-0 against Cumberland this season, a 26-4 romp on my mother's birthday on February 22nd. And they defeated them as well in Lebanon, Tennessee. It was actually Cumberland coming away with a 9-5 win. So these two teams have split the season series. And their 2 non-conference matchup. Martinez to the right side, a ground ball scooped up by the second baseman, Juan Moreno. And there were 2 gone for the Bulldogs in the top of the first. Third batter will be Andre Tarver. Tennessee Wesleyan in the road gray uniforms with the royal blue numbers, or the royal blue letters on the back, and the letters on the front, white numbers on the front. Off speed from Torres drops in for a called strike number 1. We saw Torres warming up at different times yesterday for Cumberland in their loss 3-2 to 2-seed Taylor's on the championship game tomorrow night. A low strike 2 to Tarver. But Torres with a 3.75 ERA, a 4-1 overall record. His 20th appearance, his 10th start. True ground balls in the middle infield for the first 2 outs. The lefty home, and a swing and a miss, and a picture-perfect start here for Ethan Torres and Cumberland. 1-2-3 is how Tennessee Wesleyan goes down in the top of the first. We're back at the bottom of the first next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Three up, 3 down for the Phoenix of Cumberland out of the Mid-South Conference. They are 36-14-1 after their win earlier today, eliminating Fisher, the 5 seed. Sam Rochard, the 6'1 junior righty, first team All-AAC, is the starter here for Tennessee Wesleyan in this elimination game tonight to wrap up day number 2 of the opening round here from Winterholder Field. Ball 1 to the lefty, or the switch-hitting shortstop, Drew Dalton. Two and 0. Richard, a 3.22 ERA, 6-1 this season in just his 6th start. Dalton to the right, foul makes it 2-1. Dalton went 0 for 4, did have an RBI in the win over Fisher. And the 4th pitch is out of the zone, 3-1. Bouncing to the right side, and Martinez, the second baseman, snaps it, and he tosses on to first and McGill for the first out. So Tennessee Wesleyan went down in order in the first. And now here's the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. It's Cole Turney, the DH. We saw Turney's power in game 1, hitting one almost to the library parking lot that's almost 400 feet behind the right field fence.
And I think I owe you some Nelson chips, Rick, because I do not see a shift on.
Yes, chips for me. We talked about that earlier. Taylor had put a shift on, putting their third baseman all the way on the right field warning track last night. Today, Fisher kind of didn't go that extreme, as the first pitch was a ball. Or the first pitch was a strike, second one a ball. It was a kind of a middle extra infielder or outfielder on the right side, kind of in halfway in the right field. Still with one man on the left side for Fisher early today. Up through the shift and Turney on with a single. First time we've seen him hit one on the ground here today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just another example of why teams do the shift, because if the shortstop was playing over second base, then that would have been a very routine ground ball.
I have a feeling there might be a shift on the next time that Turney comes up. He is spectacular, batting over 500, as we mentioned. His 32nd home run of the year, the already single-season leader in that category for the illustrious Cumberland Phoenix. 3 World Series berths in their program history, all under the direction of head coach Ryan Hunt's Hall of Fame father, Woody Hunt, who retired a couple of seasons ago. Turney at first. Is 5 for 6 on stolen base attempts this season. 2-0 to the batter, Tyner Hughes. He went 1 for 3 with 3 runs scored in the win earlier today against Fisher out of Boston. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the first of this final elimination game of the day. Fastball left up high, 3-0 here from Rochard. Rochard takes his time, deals. Inside for a strike to make it 3-1. Hughes, the left fielder. Caught last night's game, or last afternoon's game against Taylor. They check on the runner at first. Three and 1 to Hughes. 55 in black tonight, and it's ball 4, and there are 2 on the bases for the Phoenix in a scoreless bottom of the first. Lefty D Triplet, also not a shift on for him, but Triplet's been the one that's
hit opposite way to the left side of Winterholder Field against the shift, almost with ease, with surgical precision in his first 2 games. Strike inside for 0-1. Two on the pond, 1 out. A single by Turney and a walk to Hughes, as Cumberland looks to strike first here in the bottom of the first inning. Triplett almost sent it out of play on a foul ball back. It caught the very top support wiring behind home plate. 2 strikes on the lefty first baseman. One gone, scoreless bottom of the first, with Rochard out of the stretch. Runners stay where they are. It's ball, it bounced in for ball 1. Sun setting back to our left, starting to cast long shadows across the infield here at Winterholder Field. This one high and hard to right field. Going back is Webster. He's on the warning track. He jumps and it just sneaks over the right field fencing. A 3-run home run with 1 gone in the bottom of the first. And there's the power of Cumberland coming through in the bottom of the first inning for the 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, Cumberland's offense, as we've seen, is very explosive. They've got power up and down the lineup. There's just a great example. I don't think he really hit that square on, but he got just enough of it. It just kept carrying and carrying. As we've seen here, there's a little bit of a breeze blowing out here at Winterholder Field, and when the weather warms here in Upland, Indiana, the ball carries very well.
And Webster gave a good effort trying to haul it in with that 9-foot fence in right field. Here's Chewy Sanders, the right fielder. Curveball from Rochard for a strike. Triplett's 17th home run of the season gives him sole possession of second place, and now Chewy Sanders a skyrocket above the lights, and Cumberland goes back-to-back jacks, 4-0 Phoenix in the bottom of the first.
That one was very well hit. No doubt about that one when it left the bat.
Second home run of the opening round for Sanders. He went deep to tie the game at 1 yesterday against 2-seed Taylor. Goes back-to-back here with Triplett. And the first-team All-Appalachian Athletic Conference man, Rochard, is trying to stop the bleeding here in the bottom of the first. 2nd game in a row as well, Lincoln. The home team has scored 4 runs their first time at the plate.
Yeah, sensing a pattern here, Rick, and as we saw with the last game, just because there's a big offensive burst in the first inning does not mean that Tennessee Wesleyan is out of this ballgame yet.
They know a thing or two about hitting the ball high, hard, and out of play. Curveball called for strike 2. Out of play, of course, in this sense, being over the fence, not out of play foul. That wouldn't be something to write home to your mother about. Cumberland 36-14-1. Bouncer left side by the third baseman, Hollick. First swing, you could definitely tell he was trying to make it 3 in a row. Fouled down, and that might have gotten a piece on the inside of the leg of Hollick. Still 2 strikes on now 4 pitches. The winner of this game gets 4-seat Point Park tomorrow. Little dribbler left side, diving stop. Too far in the hole to make a play was Dan Sayer. And that's 5 straight men have reached base safely here for Cumberland. Their offense right in 5th gear from the word go in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, this whole tournament, Rick, every team has had a strong offensive outing. The difference has really come down to, okay, which team is making the fewest errors, is giving up the fewest walks, and giving up the fewest mistakes, as we've seen the teams that have advanced are the ones that have capitalized the most on the other teams. I don't know, less than savory moments, we'll put it that way.
I think that is actually a quite poignant description.
Well, thank you, sir.
Mound visit from the pitching coach, Zach Turner of number 4, Tennessee Wesleyan. We've already seen one number 1 seed go down. That was Weber International. They went 2 and out. And Tennessee Wesleyan trying to make sure that doesn't happen to them here for the Bulldogs, who won the Kingsport Opening Round last season and went to their 6th World Series. 1 on, nobody out. 4 spot up here for Cumberland in the bottom of the first inning. Rochard out of the stretch, the righty home. And the Virginia native misses its mark. It's 1-0 with Carter Ganaway warming up in the TWU pen. Rochard readies. He throws back to first. McGill able to keep it in front of him. Second offering, just like the first one, is low. 2-0 here to Juan Moreno, the second baseman. It was a 17-9 final for Cumberland earlier today. They used a 9-run frame thanks to a bevy of walks and wild pitches by 5 seed Fisher to blow that game open. 2-0 is lifted foul. But for those folks that weren't watching that game, that was a 1-run ball game. Fisher was right in it. They got a 3-run home run to tie it early on, so it wasn't like Cumberland just jumped out of the gates like they are here, leading 4-0. It was a pretty nip-and-tuck game until that 9-run middle frame.
Yeah, so far all the teams this tournament have been somewhat evenly matched. There's just been a few innings where the wheels have fallen off.
Fastball misses its mark low. 3-1 here to Moreno. And for Tennessee Wesleyan, a rough start here for Richard. You just saw Taylor Starter have a rough start, or they gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th, or the bottom of the 1st. They were able to come back and defeat Point Park in our game before this. Up the left field line. If it stays fair, it is way gone, and it's going to stay fair, and it is long gone. Third homer of the bottom of the 1st for Cumberland. They lead 6-0 here this elimination game with only 1 gone.
Well, not much to really say about that, Rick. He got all of that one, sent it into the construction zone behind left field. As we can see, this Cumberland offense, we heard a lot about him coming into this week. Didn't really see him show up against Taylor in that first game, but ever since they've found their rhythm, and by golly, they are swinging some hot sticks right now.
That Cumberland dugout is smoking right now, and they lead 6-0. 3 homers, 3-run shot from Triplett. Sanders follows, and then a 2-run bomb from Moreno. Chases the starter Richard off the hill. We'll introduce you to Carter Ganaway with next as he comes in here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Well, if you're just joining us, you have missed an offensive explosion here in the bottom of the first inning for the Cumberland Phoenix offense. 3 home runs. They lead 6-0 with only 1 out. And after the first man in Dalton was retired, everyone has been reaching base safely since. Flair into center field, drops in for the 6th hit of the inning. This one a single to center from the catcher, Trenton Dukeshire. Courtesy runner coming in is Reed Bass for the catcher, Dukeshire. Lincoln, if you're Tennessee Wesleyan, obviously most important just to get the outs here, but what has got to be going through their mind? Went to the World Series a season ago, 42-10 after last night's loss to Point Park. We've come out and just gotten shell-shocked here at the bottom of the first.
Well, you definitely can't panic. This is a long ball game, and as we've seen the whole entire week, many teams have had bad defensive innings, and then they've rallied and come back. So Tennessee Wesleyan, number 4 team in the nation, I think there's a reason they are as good as they are, and they've had a great season so far. And, you know, it's once again, just because you have a bad first inning does not mean the game is going to continue to roll that way.
Central Farmer screams one to center field, but it curls back in on a nice little slice if you're out there on a 7th fairway. And there's 2 gone. The lineup turns over to the top. And Drew Dalton. I knew that was a slice because I slice everything, and that's how all my tee shots look. And everything except putting is just way to the right. It's not good. Here's Drew Dalton batting for the 2nd time. Before that flyout, he was the only man with an out to his name here in the opening inning. 0 for 4, but scored twice in the opener with a walk against Fisher earlier today, a 17-9 Cumberland win. First pitch a ball. The second one high. It's 2-0. Six runs, 6 hits for 3rd seed Cumberland, who reached this opening round with an at-large bid. They finished 2nd in the Mid-South Conference, just a game back of 7th-ranked University of the Cumberlands, who are also hosting an opening round this year down there at their fantastic facility in Kentucky. Runner at first, 2 gone. The 3-0, and it's a 4-pitch walk, and every time someone's coming up for Cumberland here in the bottom of the first, Lincoln, they're either getting on base or they're hitting it out of the park.
Yeah, nothing has really gone Tennessee Wesleyan's way in this first inning. We've seen the lineup turn over for Cumberland. Cumberland is putting on a hitting clinic, so to speak. They're putting great swings on good pitches, and I mean, you got 2 outs here. If you are Tennessee Wesleyan, you're facing one of the best hitters in the nation, and you kind of have to pitch to him. So at this point, this is a huge out for him.
Yeah, by the way, here's Cole Turney, who's just leading the country no matter the level of baseball on average, slugging percentage, and on-base percentage. Was at that mark before the Mid-South Conference tournament started. 523 the average, over 1,300 slugging, and on base at 672. He's only struck out 24 times coming into the day's action. Did strike out earlier today, but he did also blast a home run. Up in the count, 2-0 here.
I think blast is an understatement, Rick. That ball was
tattooed,
launched,
destroyed, terminated.
All good synonyms.
Blasted into the next state. There were people ducking for cover in the library. The kids are just trying to study for finals, and they got a missile flying in. They're just trying to get a C on their bib lit final. That's all they really want for the kids. They're trying to duck Cole Turney missiles over there earlier today. 4-pitch walk. And another free pass to the bases for Turney. He was ushered over there to first multiple times against Taylor yesterday and also today against Fisher.
Yeah, if you're Cumberland right now, you got six-run lead. You got Tennessee Wesleyan pitchers that are struggling a little bit. You can afford to be a little bit more selective, work the count, find your pitch. You got bases loaded here. There's no reason to force anything. So if if I'm a Cumberland batter right now, I am just sitting on my perfect pitch, and I'm going to try to put a great swing on it.
To the left side and foul by Tyner Hughes. He's the 12th batter of the inning. Bases juiced here for Cumberland. Reed Bass running for the catcher Dukeshire at third. Dalton's at second and Turney's back at first. It's weird to say this, Lincoln, but with the first 5 games we've seen, you probably don't feel comfortable having a 6-run lead in the bottom of the first.
No,
the way these games have gone.
This tournament has definitely shown us that having a great offensive start means really nothing. So who's to say Tennessee Wesleyan doesn't come out and score 8 next inning?
Yeah, it's a nice footnote, but it's more of a footnote sometimes more often than not in a loss. A late swing that Hughes would probably want to have back. He comes up empty on a pitch low, 1-2. 6-0 the Cumberland lead, bottom of the first. 3 homers have driven in these 6 runs. But Hughes now trying to do damage after back-to-back walks with 2 gone have loaded the bases. For the Phoenix, clad in black jerseys and pinstripe white pants. Nice swing and a miss as Ganaway gets that desperately needed out number 3. But 6 runs home for the home team on the scoreboard. Cumberland, 6-0 Phoenix in this elimination game here from Upland, Indiana on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Six nothing hold for Tennessee Wesleyan here in the second. Or a deficit for Tennessee Wesleyan. They went down in order in the first, and then Cumberland went nuts. Ethan Torres, fastball is in to Dan Sayer. We say also hello to whoever the Cumberland fan is pointing out. We say hello to you too, watching on our free webcast here tonight on the Trojan Sports Network on YouTube. We love YouTube, and we hope you do too. 2-0 to Dan Sayer out of California. Solo homer last night that got Tennessee Wesleyan on the board. They led 1-0, but then a late charge from Point Park gave them the 8-4 victory. 3-0 here from Torres, the lefty, also out of California. Then the hit last night, the homer was the only one for Sayer. And he starts things off with a leadoff walk. First base runner of the night here for the Bulldogs. One on for the third baseman from Knoxville, Tennessee, Parker Stinnett. A lefty for the lefty Torres to deal with. He starts him off with a curveball on the inner half, 0-1. Back over to first, and Sayer back in plenty of time. Well struck ball in the air to left. Coming in is Hughes, and the all-over utility man is there to retire the first batter of the inning. Braxton Turner, the catcher, back in his home state for the Greenfield, Indiana native. Scored the last run for a while for Tennessee Wesleyan an evening ago. The Hoosier made it 3-1 with a solo blast. It was 3 separate solo home runs for the Bulldogs last night, Lincoln, and then Point Park just went nuts.
Yeah, Point Park has been, so to speak, going nuts this whole week. It's even in that game where they fell short to Taylor, they were putting quite the offensive show all the way up until the last inning.
Inside fastball to the righty Turner's taken for ball number 2. Really the only kind of nip and tuck defensive game was the Cumberland Taylor game that finished 3-2. Even the game last night we mentioned with Point Park and Tennessee Wesleyan was an 8-4 final, but it was a grand slam and another 2-run shot in there as well for the Pioneers. And a strike. Inside makes it 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. As the Cumberland folks not happy with the call from home plate umpire Jeremy Hosier. 4th one, and Turner turns on it to the left field corner, looking for another extra base hit. He gets it. Drops in and rolls away from Hughes on the warning track. Then coming right through on third base. Oh, Sayer looked at the dugout and he scores easily. Dan Sayer looked at the dugout of Cumberland as he rounded third with the throw coming in, and he scores on a 1-out double from Braxton Turner.
Well, sometimes when you're down by 6 runs, you got to find a way to fire up your dugout, and you got to feed off the energy of the opposing team sometimes. And I think he ran through the coach's sign there a little bit. Definitely took a risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, it was a very, very calm point just to third base, and
it was almost like a calm suggestion,
if you'd like. And Sarah's like, I've got this bad boy in 5th gear. We're cooking from first to home. Ball low to the lefty first baseman Evan McGill. So Tennessee Wesleyan answering with a run here in the top of the 2nd after watching 6 come home, all on 3 home runs in the bottom of the 1st. McGill 1 for 5 with an RBI and a strikeout for the Ontario, Canada native. So he goes up 2-1. A deep breath for Torres on the mound. Kicks and comes home. And this one well struck into deep left field. Hughes going back. He looks up, and it's off the top of the fence. Scoring easily will be the courtesy runner for Turner. McGill looking to get 3, and he's in there head first with the hair flapping in the breeze. Here comes Tennessee Wesleyan.
Cumberland left field looks to be limping after that play. Kind of looks like he went for that ball a little bit strange. Didn't land correctly on one of his foot. Yeah, this Tennessee Wesleyan team is running the bases with their hair on fire, trying to get as many advantages as they can.
McClary's the courtesy runner that scored from second base. And a good bounce back here for the Bulldogs. We saw it in our game earlier. Every time Taylor got runs, except that second to last inning against Point Park, the Pioneers had the answer. Just kept putting the pressure when every time it seemed Taylor got the momentum. And so Tennessee Wesleyan trying to answer the bell here after giving up 6 in the 1st.
That's what you have to do at this point in the tournament, Rick. I mean, pitching is limited, and so you definitely want to get that starter out of the game as quick as you can and get into the bullpen and try to eat into that other team's pitching staff. And here for Tennessee Wesleyan, yeah, definitely decreasing that deficit as much as you can, as early as you can, so the momentum doesn't swing too far in Cumberland's favor.
Just the 2nd hit of the night for the Bulldogs. And the batter is the DH, Chad Picton out of Canada. 1-0 from Torres after the mound visit. First time we've seen Picton today. Looper into right, drops in front, and this will cut the deficit in half. McGill scores from third. Picton's first at bat of the opening round makes it 6-3, the Tennessee Wesleyan deficit. And the number 9 hole hitter is Cale Webster. 3 hits here in the second inning as Tennessee Wesleyan went down in order in the first. And have come right back here at the top of the second with both they and their opponent Cumberland playing for their season to extend into tomorrow afternoon. Back over to first. Lunging back in time is Picton. Webster yesterday 1 for 3, did walk twice though. Batting out of the 5th spot yesterday, drops all the way to the 9 hole here tonight. What could lead a manager to make that type of decision? Wasn't terrible last night, but maybe wanted to put a little more speed back there in the 9 spot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely sometimes putting a different guy in the 9 spot, part of the purpose is to help turn that lineup over in a more advantageous way.
Able to beat the throw as Hollick tried to turn 2, dove and stopped it at third. Second out's recorded, and the lineup turns over to the top. And Carson Ford, fielder's choice here for Webster.
Sometimes that 9-hole spot can be very strategic from the standpoint of if you put a guy down there who maybe is still swinging really well, it does kind of, say, grease the wheels for when you do turn the lineup over.
Back to the top, and Carson Ford, and the lefty from Spring Hill, Tennessee, swings through the first one he gets. 6-3, the Tennessee Wesleyan deficit. Great answer from the Bulldogs here in the top half of the second. They're in the road gray with the white numbers on the front, blue numbers on the back, and the gray pants. And the royal blue socks. Cumberland in the road black with white numbers and white letters in the maroon trim. And the same white pinstripe pants that they were rocking earlier today. Curveball called for strike 2 to Ford. The knock from McGill, by the way, was a double and then an error on the left fielder Hughes. Good eye from Ford, did not chase a slider away. Ball 1. Top seed Tennessee Wesleyan looking to avoid to go 2 and out here in the upland bracket. Ford waggles the bat. The lefty waits. Hit and run was on. It's skied to the left side. Foul territory. Now walking back in is Hollick. He makes the grab for the 3rd out. But 3 runs home for Tennessee Wesleyan in the top of the second inning. They now trail 6-3 on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too. What was once a 6-0 lead for Cumberland has now been cut down to 3.
Phoenix batted around with 12 men coming to the dish in the first, thanks to 3 home runs. And Triplett fouls it to the right. First pitch was a strike. The second one on the foul ball makes it 0-2. And it was Triplett's home run that just snuck over that 9-foot fence in right field that kickstarted that 6-run bottom of the first. First full inning of work for Ganaway, the reliever. A ball away after he came in after 7 men had already gotten to the plate. And all 6 of the runs scored. Foul tipped, held on to by the catcher Turner for strike 3. Tennessee Wesleyan trying to get the momentum back on their side here after seeing their offense get some life to it in the first.
Absolutely. I mean, after that solid offensive response, the thing to do here is get a quick 1-2-3 inning, reassert your rhythm, take a deep breath, try to get more of a defensive tone and dominance going forward in this game.
First pitch fouled away. The second one is ball 1. Here to Chewy Sanders, went back-to-back with Triplett in that first inning. Checking his swing, and first base umpire Bob Ratchlow says, nope, it's ball 2. Quickly working is Ganaway, misses low, ball 3. The 3-1. Low, and it's ball 4. A runner on for Tim Hollick, the third baseman, made a couple nice plays at the hot corner in the second. That 3 runs did come around to score, but his plays are what kept it at just 3. That walk to Sanders, third one issued by Ganaway since coming out of the pen. First offering to Hollick as a strike. We're at the bottom of the second inning. Cumberland batting. They lead 6-3 here in our final game of day 2, an elimination game, as Cumberland staved off elimination earlier today with that big win in convincing fashion over 5 seed Fisher. Single and a run scored for Hollick in the first. And it's 1-1. And that hit him on the shoulder. Hollick stood in there and took it off the top. And they're 2 on here for the Phoenix. Hollick was 0 for 4 in the game against Fisher earlier today. And now it's Cumberland trying to answer the bell here after Tennessee Wesleyan did that in the top half of this inning. Two on for Juan Moreno, who had the third and final home run last inning. First offering is an upstairs breaking ball taken for a strike. Moreno was 1 for 5 yesterday against Taylor. Was nice against Fisher, going 2 for 4 with an RBI and a walk. Big old lead for Sanders there at second. He goes darting back in. Martinez, the second baseman, close, but not really close enough to put any too much pressure to make Sanders worry, at least for the time being. Hard hit to Moreno. Deep in the right field. Webster on the warning track. Oh, he reaches up and snags it out of the air for out number 2. Sanders advances to third from second base. But the way the ball carries here, you never know until the ball lands.
Absolutely, Rick. It's In this stadium, the ball carries very well, and yeah, it's a great catch there at the wall. And Tennessee Wesleyan is still not out of the woods yet in this inning.
First and third here for the catcher, Trenton Dukeshire. Did not play in the game against Taylor today, or yesterday, excuse me. Hughes was the catcher. Ian Crump was a left fielder yesterday, was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Was on the bench in game 1 earlier, and he's on the bench here so far in the nightcap. A ball to the catcher, Dukeshire. And a Kindred, North Dakota, transferred in from Bismarck State College. Fastball to the right. Turner slides to his right and keeps it in front. 2 balls, no strikes. Cumberland trying to get a couple runs back on their lead. It was 6-0 when we headed to the second. It's now at 6-3. Sanders, the lead man at third. Hollick behind him at first. 2-0 to the left side. Going to be a tough play. Scooped up by Sayer, the shortstop. Oh, and a rifling throw. And a couple more looks from Sayer to the dugout of Cumberland on the third base side. No damage done. 2 left at first and third for Cumberland. Their lead is still 6-3 after 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Two innings in the books here in our final game of day 2. Second baseman Marco Martinez leads it off for Tennessee Wesleyan. The top seed in this Upland bracket, the 4th-ranked team in the country, and they trail by 3 to the 3-seed Cumberland. Martinez, the Bulldogs' best batter, sends this one skyward and foul. Now second on the team behind Andre Tarver after a 0 for 5 night yesterday. Did lead the team in average coming in, but it's fouled away here for strike 2. Martinez, Tarver, and then Sayer, 2, 3, and 4. Up for the Bulldogs here, looking to cut into the deficit once again. Two strikes on Martinez, who grounded out to his counterpart at second base. That's Juan Moreno, his first time up in that 1-2-3 first for the Tennessee Wesleyan offense. Good leave. It's 1-2 here for Martinez. A split regular season series. Between these two clubs during the regular season. Martinez checks, and saying going around is Bob Ratchlow. That's strike 3 on Martinez. Tough way to start the third if you're Tennessee Wesleyan. One gone, no one on for the center fielder Andre Tarver, the new leader in batting average at 386. Hard hit ball to the outfield on the right side. A 1-out single for Tarver, and he gets his first hit of the night.
Good level swing there, Rick. Gotta love a nice, pretty line drive to the outfield.
One out, one on. Tarver wasted little time against Torres. Fourth hit of the night here for the Bulldogs. Fastball away from the lefty Torres. 1-0 to Dan Sayer, the leader of this Tennessee Wesleyan club. Leader in home runs and also led the AAC in stolen bases this season. Right back up the middle, just underneath the backside of Torres. Sayer flips the bat. Going from first to third is Tarver, galloping like a gazelle. And it's first and third for the Bulldogs, and now the top seed starting to find their rhythm after a slow start in the first.
We've seen this consistently all week, Rick, but aggressive base running has been a key factor in gaining an advantage in these tightly contested ball games. Ground balls, hard ground balls like that one, line drives are definitely to your advantage as an offensive team here on a turf infield.
Back-to-back singles. It's first and third as Tarver went from first to third, and it brings up the lefty third baseman, Parker Stinnett. Fastball down the middle, taken for strike one. Torres out of the stretch. Got the first man out. Here goes Sayer. That stolen base. And he's easily in there, appealing the swing to the third base umpire's Corey Stewart. He says that Stinnett kept the bat back. It's ball one, but first and third here for the Bulldogs. That's Sayer's 33rd stolen base of the year. He's now 33 for 35, or 38, excuse me. Stinnett the tying run at the plate. And a healthy lead for Sayer at second. Sits on the backdoor curveball that they launch this high. Might be deep enough for a sac fly. Farmer, the center fielder, in the left center field gap, has a good throw, and scoring standing up is going to be Andre Tarver. And moving to third is Sayer. The sac fly, first and net works. That's 4 unanswered here for Tennessee Wesleyan. They're down 2. You said it, more smart base running there. Not going just first to third, but Sayer reading it as well, knowing how fast he is and knew that he could make it from second to third even though where that ball was hit.
Yeah, taking the extra base on those 2 singles is really what made the difference there. Put Tennessee Wesleyan in a great position to score a much-needed run.
Rollover fastball to the left side. Dalton scoops and fires for out number 3. Another run back in favor of top seed Tennessee Wesleyan. They're down 2 after 2.5 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes.
to the bottom of the third on a 70-degree night in picturesque Upland, Indiana. Tennessee Wesleyan has scored 4 unanswered after giving up 6 in the bottom of the first. 9-1-2 coming up here for the Cumberland Phoenix, with Central Farmer, their center fielder, to lead it off. He goes opposite way, right at Cale Webster, who retreats back, reaches up, and makes the casual catch for the first out. Well, it wasn't the start that Tennessee Wesleyan wanted for sure, but they waded through the waters that were the first inning, and now they're back on track.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wishes to give up 6 runs in the first inning, but
probably not.
They, to their credit, they have crawled back. They have been very aggressive on the base paths. They've taken advantage of any Cumberland mistakes, and yeah, they are still in this ball game, very much so. But you cannot count out the Cumberland offense.
Ganaway, the reliever, good job of coming in to replace Richard after he got just 1 out after the first 7 batters in the first and gave up 3 homers. Inside, 2-0. 0 for 1 night for the switch-hitting shortstop Dalton. Walked and got stranded at second his second time up in the first. Big swing and a miss, almost spun him around for strike 1. (6-4) Cumberland lead as they bat in the bottom of the third. Ganaway misses away. It's 3-1. Dalton started the day with a .339 average. He torches this one to center field. And right there is Andre Tarver, almost overran it with a big, long center fielder, reaches up and picks it out of the sky. 2 gone.
Yeah, it was a really pretty swing, very well hit ball, but once again, right at the center fielder. Not much more you can do with an at-bat like that.
That's now 4 straight retired by Ganaway after getting runners at second and third. In the second, and with 2 outs and nobody on, an intentional walk to Mr. Turney.
Big surprise there, Rick. Big surprise.
That brings us left fielder Tyler Hughes.
Turney, the redshirt senior out of Richmond, Texas. So 1 on with 2 outs for the left fielder, Tyler Hughes. Fastball in the first one is fouled away. First time that Hughes has batted since the first inning. He walked and scored on the triplet home run and then struck out to end the inning. But good to see him even back up at the plate. He was the one that ran into the wall on the McGill smack. That was a double and then was charged with the error. It was a little bit of a limp on the called strike 2 here for Hughes, but a little bit of a limp after he barreled into the fence. So good to see 55 in black back up there. Two-strike pitch. Bouncing it in is Ganaway, ball 1. It's an all-Indiana opening round for Tennessee Wesleyan, their softball team, playing down at Marian University in the opening round down there in the west side of the capital city of Indianapolis. 1-2. Leaning out of the way, 2-2 is Hughes. Tyner was 0 for 5 last night, just could not find his footing against the pitching staff of the 2C Trojans of Taylor. Hughes all the way up in the right side batter's box, fouls it down to stay alive. Righty versus righty showdown with 2 outs and a runner at first in the bottom of the third inning. It's Cole Turney after the intentional walk. He has gotten on base all 3 times he's been to the plate this evening. Hughes chokes up slightly. Ganaway sees it hammered to the left side. Sayer at short, over to second, and Martinez for the force out. And out number 3. 6-4, the Tennessee Wesleyan deficit after watching Cumberland score 6 in the bottom of the first.
Your heart? Well, your heart is everything to you and your body. and its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Tennessee Wesleyan chipping back. They trail 6-4, top of the fourth. Swing and a miss on a curveball by Evan McGill, the lefty first baseman. Bouncer to the right side. Waiting on is Moreno at second. Fields it off his left hip and gets the out at first. Here comes pitch number 50 from the reliever Ganaway. From Torres. Hard hit towards center field. Farmer goes back. He times his jump perfectly and careens into the fence, but he holds on to the ball. 2 gone, and Farmer bending over the waist trying to gather himself a little bit. He's got to go pick up his cap on the warning track.
Great defensive play there, Rick. Well timed. Got a great read on that ball. It's very well hit. I mean, that's definitely a double off the wall if he doesn't get a good jump on that.
Just 48 pitches thrown here by the starter Torres for Cumberland. Checking his swing, but going around as Webster, the 9-hole hitter down 0-1. Second time up for Webster. He hit into a fielder's choice and then was left on the bases to end the second. 1-1 count now for the junior from Long Grove, Iowa. Could be a gapper here to the right side, and it's going to get down on the warning track. Excellent speed from Webster. He's going to check up at second base. Had a nice strong round coming around first base. Might have thought I had a chance at it, but a good throw in from the outfield. He limited it to just 2.
Yeah, it was a very well-placed ball there, right on the warning track in the gap. Tennessee Wesleyan is far from out in this ball game. They're only just another solid base hit away from possibly scoring another run.
And they're back to the top here in Carson Ford. Like we said, no lead is safe, no matter how big it is here in the launch pad that is Winter Holder Field, particularly when we get to the nighttime. Nice breaking pitch from Torres. Gets a mighty swing and a miss from Ford. Six hits aside. Cumberland leading those 6-4. We're 2 outs into the bottom or the top of the fourth. 0 for 2 night for Ford out of the leadoff spot. 2 for 5 with that solo blast last night. 1-1 away. One of the top men in all the power categories. Top 5 in home runs, RBI, and stolen bases. Good placement from Torres. Dots the outside corner, 1-2 in this lefty versus lefty matchup. Tennessee Wesleyan has scored in 3 straight innings. They're trying not to waste an opportunity here with a 2-out double. Good eye from Ford on a slider away, 2-2. First hit of the night for Webster. Ford looking for his first hit. Big cut and a miss and a huge strikeout for Torres, just his second one. But it prevents Tennessee Wesleyan from scoring for the third inning in a row. Still a 6-4 Cumberland lead as we mosey on to the bottom of the fourth.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Bottom of the fourth, the big fella D Triplet leading it off for Cumberland here as the Phoenix, once led by 6, has now been trimmed down to 2 at 6-4. Quickly 2-0 here to Triplet. Ganaway on the mound for the third full inning of work. It's 2-0 here to Triplet. And a strike. 3-1 here to Triplet, the second baseman. Ground ball right side off the glove, right to Martinez at second. You couldn't have drawn it up any better for out number 1. The old 1-4-3 put out.
That's what we call an assist.
So rack that one up. How about this? Cumberland, they lead 6-4. All 4 of their leadoff men have been retired tonight. They don't start on a great foot, but they get that first out, the first batter, and then boom. We're rocking and rolling. Chopping it to foul to the left side is Chewy Sanders.
And to Tennessee Wesleyan's credit, they really have settled down after that first inning, and they've really limited this Cumberland offense, which, as we've seen, at any moment could return to sending quite a few balls over that outfield fence.
Activity for the day on campus has kind of dwindled a little bit, but still you got to keep your mind right and make sure you don't take one of these really hard-hit balls here from the Cumberland Bats. It's 2-1 to Sanders, who's yet to be retired tonight, and he's a ball away from keeping that streak intact. It's 3-1. Fifth pitch, and it's another walk for Sanders. He homered in the first. He's walked the 2 times since. Fourth walk allowed by Ganaway tonight.
Third baseman Tim Holland.
One out, one on for the third baseman, Tim Hollick. 1 for 3 last night, coming off of a nice showing offensively in the Mid-South Conference tournament. Upstairs fastball. Hollick singled in the first, and then he was hit by a pitch and left there in the second. 6-4, the Cumberland lead in our final game of the night. An elimination game with the winner getting 4-seed Point Park tomorrow at 2:30. The winner of that game gets the 2-seed Taylor in our first of what could be 2 championship games. Two and nada to Hollick. Ground ball left side. Tough play for Sayer. Deep in the hole at short. He throws it low. Gets away from Martinez. Good read from Sanders, and he goes an extra 90 feet up to third base.
Another example, Rick, of heads-up base running. Taking advantage of a misplay there at second base, and now we have Cumberland, first and third, one out.
So a throwing error on Sayer. Each team with an error tonight, and now Cumberland trying to get some runs back. They scored all 6 of their tallies in the bottom of the first. But a prime opportunity here. Perfect bunt first base side. This will bring home the 7th run of the night, and to boot, Juan Moreno is safe. Spectacular bunt from 2 in black.
Bunt was perfectly placed right between the pitcher's mound and first base. Drew the first baseman off, but too far. It was just kind of that sweet spot of no man's land. When they draw that up in the textbooks, that's the type of thing that they teach you. It's like that's where you want to put that bunt. It's almost impossible to defend.
If you would have given him an opportunity to maybe walk and place it with his hand, I'm not sure if you could have even put it any better than he did with the stick. Off speed, ball 1 to Dukeshire. So it took him a couple of innings, but Cumberland has gotten a run back. Their lead back up to 3. On the perfectly executed bunt from Moreno, who's driven in 3 runs here in the game so far tonight. About 4 runs batted in for Moreno on the day in total after a single one of those against Fisher earlier. Looping pitch away. And strike 1 to the catcher. Slightly open stance for the junior out of North Dakota. Chases one low. Nice pitch from Ganaway to make it 1-2 in his favor. Ganaway looks back to the lead runner at second. Bouncer left side, foul by a foot or so. Just one out here in the bottom of the 4th. Cumberland trying to battle their way here and jump down to that 6-0 lead. Then Tennessee Wesleyan has gotten their footing. Ganaway running into a little bit of trouble here, the last 2 men in the 4th. 1 run already home. Back to a 3-run lead for the 3-seed Cumberland. Ganaway readies. Pitch inside, ground ball left side. Back to Sayer behind the diving third baseman. Look at the throw from Sayer at short. An absolute rocket as he kept his poise behind the diving Stinnett. 2 gone. But it's 2nd and 3rd for the center fielder, Centrell Farmer, trying to add some 2-out juice here to our game in the bottom of the 4th. Cumberland, by the way, 0 for 3 with 2 outs here tonight. Backdoor pitch hits him just below the ear hole and maybe on the neck. And Farmer looks to be A-OK, and he'll take a leisurely jog up to first. And now they're loaded up for the top of the order, switch hitter Drew Dalton. Second hit batter of the night for Ganaway. Time is called as Farmer stretching out his left arm, and now
looks like it might have popped out of socket.
The athletic trainer for Cumberland come out to take a look at Farmer on the first base side. We'll take a quick commercial break as the sports medicine staff takes a look at the Cumberland center fielder.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Good to see Farmer A-OK, a quick trip and a meeting with the sports medicine staff. Top of the order in the fourth, and now it's Cumberland trying to get the offensive mojo back working again with their switch-hitting shortstop Drew Dalton. Raises those arms out of the way, coming inside, Ganaway with the heater, 2-0. You have Hollick at third, Moreno behind him at second base after his picture-perfect bunt. And then Farmer now at first. Time is called. There is a man warming up in the Bulldog bullpen. It's a right-hander warming up for the Bulldogs. And that's number 34, Jake Sargent, who was the starter last night that took the loss. He went 2/3 of an inning, got roughed up, gave up the grand slam, 4 hits in the first 5 runs. Or actually came in relief, excuse me. He's the one that gave up the home run late in the game against Point Park last night. He threw just 27 pitches in those 2/3 of an inning. And all the damage done in that 7th frame last night for Point Park. And would you look at who's on deck? Friends, Romans, and countrymen. This Cole Turney guy's got a knack for finding his way to get on deck when there's multiple people on the bases. I like this guy's style. 2 outs, bases full. We haven't seen Turney bat with the bases full yet. He might get an opportunity here if Dalton can make some magic here with the bases juiced and the 2-0 counts. Healthy cut there, 2-1. Cumberland 0 for 1 tonight with the bases full. 2-1, swing and a miss. As Ganaway, knowing Sargent up in the pen, knowing his time on the mound might be limited here, trying to get it to the 5th inning and limit the damage to just a single run in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2, 2 outs, bases full of Cumberland Phoenix. Inside, low for ball 3. Ganaway's back was turned. He was so confident it was strike 3, he turned around and saw his catcher Braxton Turner walking back towards the mound to give him the ball back.
Yeah, let's hope the home plate umpire didn't see that as being shown up by the pitcher for Tennessee Wesleyan's sake.
It wasn't egregious, but it was pretty big. Runners go, and that one low for ball 4. And I think the umpires might have seen it.
That was close enough to maybe be a strike. I don't know. Kind of hard from our angle here, but jumping off the mound and showing up the umpire never helps give you the benefit of the doubt.
5th walk that Ganaway has issued, and this might be the end of the line for the Decatur, Alabama native. And it will be. Jake Sargent's coming in for the 2nd time here in the opening round, and as the base is loaded, and the top batter in the NAIA, Cole Turney on deck for Cumberland, as their lead is up to 4 at 8-4 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Bases are full, 2 outs. The man with the bad plan, Cole Turney, at the plate. And it's Jake Surgeon, who gave up a grand slam last night and took the loss against Point Park. First pitch, and Turney, rightfully so, try to hit this one to the next continent. 75 pitches for Carter Ganaway. Went 2 1/3. Fastball up high, 1-1. This might be a dumb question, Lincoln, but does the thought cross your mind to just walk Turney, knowing that 1 run would be less than anything he could do with the bat in his hands?
It's not a dumb question, but it's quite the gamble. I mean,
Hughes is no slouch, but he is 0 for 2 tonight.
0 for 2. I mean, as we've seen, one swing here, grand slam makes this a 12-4 game.
It would double the lead. Bases full, 2 big hacks from Turney. It's 1-2. Sargent, fresh out of the pen. His fastball is a couple balls away. 2-2 to the power-hitting Cole Turney. 32 home runs on the season after going deep earlier today. Not many doubles, just 8, and 1 triple. 2-2 with nowhere to put him. Oh, a double pump on the catch for Turner. It's going to get to the backstop, and Moreno scores from third. Just a double clutch there from the catcher, and it's a 9-4 Cumberland lead on the pass ball.
Yeah, it looks like there might have been a miscommunication there, trading some words with the pitcher. Not a situation where you want to be on 2 different pages. As a catcher, man, you got to be a wall here with bases loaded in a tight game like this. But hey, if they wanted to, they've got a place to put him now.
Full count pitch. Turney chases an upstairs fastball, and Sargent stares right in and gets a big strikeout. He gives up an extra run, but it could have been a lot worse. 9-4 Cumberland after 4 here from Upland.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Four innings in the books here from Winter Holder Field. Rick Johnston and Lincoln Reed here with you. We're in the 5th, and it's a 5-run hole here for the Bulldogs of Tennessee Wesleyan. And a time issue is called. It's ball 1, or a strike, excuse me, here to the batter Marco Martinez. Again, that's that new rule this year. Took too much time, did Martinez, once Torres was locked and ready to go. So it's a strike without even a pitch being thrown, and it's 1-1. Four innings, 6 hits, 4 runs allowed here for the starter Torres. Falls behind 2-1. Three strikeouts on the night. Martinez is 0 for 2. And it's now 3-1. Payoff pitch. Got the corner for strike 2. Martinez, the top batter when this opening round started, was 0 for yesterday, and he gets a leadoff walk here for his first time on the bases. There are a couple guys up in the Cumberland bullpen. They used just 2 guys last night. The starter, Mitch Rogers, threw 127 pitches over 7 innings against 2C Taylor. And then Matthew Jenkinson came in, the utility man turned pitcher, to finish it out. So Cumberland still in a good spot pitching-wise, as Torres working well here into the top of the 5th. A ball to Andre Tarver, who was the leader in batting average for the majority of the year, has taken that over after the slow start to the opening round for Martinez. Torres back to even it up at 1-1. 5-run deficit for the Bulldogs of Tennessee Wesleyan, trying to avoid being the second team that we've heard of, the number 1 team to be knocked out of the opening round. Weber International bounced earlier today. 2 balls and a strike for Tarver as he chokes up, batting from the left side for the sophomore out of Georgia. Grooves it towards right field. Is it right at the right fielder? Chewy goes up, runs into the wall, and holds on to the ball to boot. Chewy Sanders robs an extra base hit, but he tried to take the wall with him as he's a little worse for wear. Goes back and picks up his sunglasses.
That's a great effort there, Rick. Gotta love a guy who's gonna sacrifice his body to make an out, and yeah, it looks like he's trying to walk it off. Went into that fence at a very fast clip.
And again, another ball that carries towards right field. Barely is that American flag waving and waggling in right center field. We talked about pitching and how important that is here in the opening round. And again, Cumberland in a great spot here with Torres looking pretty strong here into the 5th. First pitch, breaker high, 1-0. Bulldogs are 4 for 10 tonight with runners on. 1 gone here in the 5th. They found their rhythm, and now it's 2-0. 3 runs scored in the bottom of the 4th by Cumberland. They've scored twice, and it's been a crooked number both times. Torres, the lefty, peers in, looks to Martinez. It's at first. And another one off target. This one is low. It's 3-0. Almost at the halfway point of this game, Tennessee Wesleyan feels like they can really get a couple of runs here as Cumberland has found their footing offensively. To the outside corner goes Torres. Called for a strike. It's 3-1. Torres out of the stretch. 3-1, ripped right at the shortstop, snagged by Dalton. He comes back and throws to first. He dropped in the throw, gets away, and safe over at first. Did Dalton drop it? Someone is out, definitely.
The lead runner should be out.
I thought Dalton called that one cleanly, dropped it, picked it up, stepped on second, and then threw to first. So they'll call Sayer out on a line out to the shortstop, Dalton. Martinez remains there at first. 2 gone here for Tennessee Wesleyan in the 5th. And the batter is the third baseman, Parkerson. That strange play there as that one hit right to the shortstop. Lefty versus lefty. Stinnett swings through the first offering. Strike one. 0 for 2 night, or 0 for 1 night for Stinnett. Flew out in the second, and then had a sac fly for the last one of the game so far for Tennessee Wesleyan. That made it 6-4 Cumberland, but the Phoenix have risen with 3 runs in the bottom of the fourth. Torres kicks the lefty home. Trying to frame it on the outside corner was Dukeshire, could not. 2-1 in this lefty versus lefty matchup. Fourth pitch. This one on the outside corner to make it 2-2. One on, 2 outs. Breaking ball, and Stinnett chased it, and Torres gets his 4th strikeout, and that ends the top of the 5th. We're halfway home this elimination game from Upland, Indiana. Cumberland coming up to bat, leading 9-4.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Three, 4, and 5 due up for Cumberland in the bottom of the 5th. We just passed the halfway point of this elimination game. The 3-seed Cumberland leading the 1-seed Tennessee Wesleyan, both dropping their first game yesterday. And a backdoor breaking ball that doesn't break since Hughes ducking out of the way, so he doesn't have it land in his left ear. Sargent's first inning of work, his second appearance here in the opening round. Takes a bunch off of that one, gets a swing and a miss. 1-1. Fourth time up for Hughes. He got on with a walk in the first and scored on the triplet home run. Chases another breaking pitch low. Same 2 pitches back to back. Same result. 2 strikes, 1-2. Triplet the big man waiting on deck. 6'1", 273. Hughes chokes up in and out of the glove of the catcher Braxton Turner. Count levels at 2-2. Hughes, the transfer from Dyersburg State Community College. He was 0 for 5 last night. Gets caught looking for strike 3, and that's back-to-back Ks for Sargent in the first 2 men he's faced out of the bullpen. So a rough 2 days of the plate for Hughes, at least in the first and the third games. Now it's triplet. Started the home run parade in the bottom of the first, has been 0 for 2 since. Off target, Sargent, ball 1. 7 hits in the night for Cumberland, but they've got the 3 big homers. A swing and a miss makes it 1-1. Sargent quickly working. Takes a curveball down the heart of the plate to make it strike 2. Good looking pitch there from Sargent. Triplett chases another curveball low, and now Surgeon starting to feel it. He got the strikeout with the bases loaded against Turney, and that is just starting to brim his confidence over the corners of his cup.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of mixing speeds right now, Rick.
We mentioned this about Hughes a couple of innings ago. Same thing for Sanders. Had a great catch in right field and barreled into the fencing. Was a bit over the waist trying to gather himself back. It's good to see that he remains in here at the plate. First pitch, a ball. The second one, a mighty swing that spins Sanders around to make it 1-1. Up the third base side, backhand stop by Stinnett. He'll have to fire across. He does, and McGill picks it. And a wonderful defensive play by the Tennessee Wesleyan third baseman. A much-needed scoreless inning for the Tennessee Wesleyan Hopes. It's 9-4, their deficit to Cumberland after 5. Beautiful night here in Upland, Indiana. Low 70s, high 60s. It's been mostly a cloudy day, but now the sun's starting to set back into our left and starting to cast some long rays of sunshine here as we hit the nighttime hours in the metropolis. For those who are wondering, Upland has about 2,000 people, so it's like a ha-ha wink-wink joke.
Well, for the cornfield, I think could be considered a metropolis.
Well, it's definitely a metropolis of corn. That is 100% sure. That's the voice of our analyst, Lincoln Reed, the former Crossroads League Player of the Year and All-American during his time as a switch-hitting catcher here at Taylor. The catcher, Braxton Turner, hitting a ball like Lincoln used to do into left field, but this one's going to be snagged by Tyner Hughes, out number 1.
And just like me, hitting it right to the outfielder.
Let the record show that Lincoln said that, and I did not. I just remember towering home runs and very hard-hit balls, and then a disgusted look when the courtesy runner came in to go get you at second base. That's what I remember.
Hey, like anyone, I wanted to run the bases, you know. Coach, though, you know, he had a different opinion.
He didn't see the speedster that you saw looking back at you in the mirror? 80th pitch of the night for Torres is a ball, and 81 is a ball as well for the first baseman, Evan McGill. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Torres trying to duplicate what we saw from the starter Mitch Rogers last night, their day 1 starter, who, like a couple of these guys for Cumberland, started the season thinking to be bullpen guys, but then have to be thrusted in to a starting role here for the Phoenix. 3-0, and right down the middle of the plate makes it 3-1. 1 for 2 night for McGill with a double and a run scored in that 3-run second for Tennessee Wesleyan. Offense has sputtered since that last run scored. Checking a swing, bouncing up the middle. Not an intended swinging bunt, but he's retired at first as McGill checked up a little bit. Torres fields his position off the mound and rockets it to first for the second out.
Yeah, really great job by the pitcher there, staying composed. He took his time, didn't pick the ball up with his glove. Did what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to kind of take that ball and dig it down into, well, what's supposed to be the grass, but the turf. Got a good grip, delivered a seed down to first.
2 outs, nobody on. As Torres trying to spin his second 1-2-3 inning of the night. He starts him off. The DH Picton with a backdoor breaking ball in the outside corner. And a strike for the righty Picton. Did not play yesterday. The Canadian has got the count even at 1-1. These two teams trying to play on to Championship Wednesday in our semifinal game tomorrow at 2:30. Point Park waiting for the winner of this one. Fastball the way, 2-1. 2-seed Taylor, the host team. They're in tomorrow night's championship game. We've got 4 teams left with a chance to make it to Lewiston, Idaho for the World Series bid. 2-1, check swing, down in the zone, 2-2. Like we mentioned a couple of times yesterday, if you win this Upland opening round, it bodes well for you at the World Series. With the history of the last 2 times, the only 2 times that Taylor has hosted before this year. 2-2, bouncer right side, staying down on his triplet. He picks it up, and it's a 3-up, 3-down, 6th. 9-4 the lead for Cumberland over number 1 seed Tennessee Wesleyan on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Five-run lead for Cumberland as we're just underway here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's Tom Hollick, the third baseman. Scoreless 5th and a scoreless top of the 6th, but a 5-run cushion again for Cumberland. They jumped out to a 6-0 lead after the bottom of the 1st. Withstood a middle inning charge from Tennessee Wesleyan, and they got 3 in the 4th. To go back ahead 9-4. Swinging and missing on the 3rd one is Hollick. He's down 1-2. On the hands, looking for strike number 3, and Hollick thought it was ball 2. Instead, he's punched out. 3rd strikeout here for Surgeon since coming in with 2 outs in the 4th. Well, Surgeon's been electric. He pitched last night, took the loss after the home run by Point Park. With a grand slam by Point Park. And it's 1-1 here for Moreno. But Surgeon has retired all 6 men he's faced, including 4 strikeouts. Checking and keeping it back, according to first base umpire Bob Ratchlow. 2-1 in favor of the second baseman Moreno, who's had a really strong day at the plate in both games today. Driving in 4, including 3 here against Tennessee Wesleyan. 2-1 pitch called for a strike on the outside half. upstairs, and it's a full count as Surgeon in danger of allowing his first base runner tonight. Surgeon, the third pitcher of the night for the Bulldogs of Tennessee Wesleyan. The payoff pitch in the air, but foul and out of play. Two young fans get out of the way, and they could have had a souvenir, and it just bounced over their heads as one young man on his phone.
Kids these days, Rick.
You could have had a baseball, and we're just texting and tweeting and swinging and missing as Moreno at the plate. Surgeon might have been upset that those young fellas didn't go after the ball. And another strikeout for 34 in gray. That's 5 of them. He's retired all 7 men he's seen. Strikeout to Turney when he came in with the bases loaded. A pass ball did allow a run to score. It was not charged to Surgeon. It went to Ganaway, the man before him. Swing and a miss, and a healthy cut there from Dukeshire, the catcher. One and one. The third one is low on a fastball as Surgeon brimming with confidence here. If you're Tennessee Wesleyan, you have to really like what you've seen out of him tonight after you could have really been kind of down in the dumps after giving up the go-ahead grand slam an evening ago. Fourth pitch, high and hard. Definitely high, might not be deep enough. Coming in as the left fielder, and it's caught by Carson Ford. That is back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. Surgeon has retired all 7 men. But the Tennessee Wesleyan offense stuck in neutral. We head to the final 3 innings with the Bulldogs down 9-4 to Cumberland on the Trojan Sports Network. To the final 3 innings we go in this elimination game. Game 6 of the opening round. Game 3 today. Top seed Tennessee Wesleyan. The loss on their name. Same thing for Cumberland. The Phoenix lead the Bulldogs as TWU bats here in the top of the 7th. With 9, 1, and 2 coming up. Cale Webster to lead it off. That was the 90th pitch thrown by the starter Ethan Torres. With Trevor Mutzi warming up in the pen. We saw him earlier today in the win over Fisher. Both teams lost the only game they played yesterday. Cumberland came back, won their game in convincing fashion thanks to a gigantic middle inning. They've been in much more of a rock fight here against the 4th-ranked team in the land, Tennessee Wesleyan. 3-0 for Webster, the right fielder, as Torres deals the 4th one. A leadoff 4-pitch walk is probably exactly what the doctor ordered for Tennessee Wesleyan.
Yeah, if you're Tennessee Wesleyan right now, you got to get something started in the offensive part of your game here. You need runners on base. You need to move guys over. few timely hits wouldn't hurt anything. But, man, they've been very, very quiet in that dugout down the first base line.
Just the third walk issued by Torres tonight. Mootsie again, the one warming up in the pen out of Mississippi. He got the win to move his record to 7-1. It was a 9-run bottom of the sixth for Cumberland in their win over Fisher earlier today. Mound visit with the pitching coach Matt Risco coming out to talk things over for the Phoenix. It takes us time to like to remind you that the presenting sponsor of the Upland Opening Round is Nelson's. They've set up the food truck in the parking lot, and folks have been flocking there since they open up shop in the morning. Always a good day when you come out here at around 9 or 10 in the morning. You smell delicious barbecue just wafting in here in the middle of the Taylor campus. So a base runner on. It's been 3 scoreless innings for the top seed Tennessee Wesleyan, and Carson Ford looking for his first hit. One of the leaders of this team. He takes a curveball, strike one. Second pitch, and it's strike two. An 0 for 3 night for Carson Ford. Went yard last night against Point Park. Opposite way, drive in the deep left. Backing up is Hughes, still backpedaling. He makes the catch on the very outermost edge of the warning track for the first out here in the top of the 7th. Head coach Billy Berry in the 16th season leading Tennessee Wesleyan has led the Bulldogs in his second stint leading TWU, his 16th year in total. First came to the Bulldogs dugout back in 2005. 2 World Series titles for the Dogs and 5 total trips, all under the direction of Coach Berry. A ball to Martinez. Back over to first, and almost picking off Webster was Torres. Berry picked up his 700th total win in his entire coaching career earlier this year. He's also knocking on the door of 700 at Tennessee Wesleyan. Fastball, and the second one to Martinez makes it 1-1. Here's an interesting story talking about the type of man that Berry is. Conference tournament a couple of years ago for the Bulldogs, 1-1. That's low to make it 2-1 to Martinez. Their best player of the year in the conference, Gary Mattis Jr., who is in the Diamondbacks system, signed an undrafted free agent with the D-backs, forgot his uniform at the hotel, and head coach Billy Berry said, "You're not playing. Sorry." Sat him in that quarter or semifinal game of the conference tournament. Just epitomizes the culture that Billy Berry has built at Tennessee Wesleyan. Now, I asked if the joke was, I go, now did the player remember that? They go, oh yeah, we don't think he ever forgot his uniform ever again, back at the hotel, back in the locker room ever. The fourth pitch was fouled away by Martinez. He gets hit in the leg here, and now the Bulldogs, under the direction of Coach Berry, starting to brew something up here with 1 out in the top of the 7th, down 5.
Yeah, creating a good culture is such a key part of building a winning program. So when you see a coach who's got more than 700 wins under his belt, he must be doing something right.
And you saw that culture earlier this year. They lost 2 really tough games down at LSU Shreveport. One of the top teams in the NAIA, bounced back, had a real convincing win at Georgia Gwinnett, and then their offense just started to roll after that as they came into this opening round 42-9, now 42-10 after last night's loss. Nice bunt, third base side by Tarver, and nobody picks it up for Cumberland, and everybody's safe, and the bases are full. And now the Bulldogs with a prime opportunity, top of the 7th, down 9-4 with 1 gone.
That's a situation as the catcher. You know you have a lefty on the mound. It's going to be very difficult for him to get in a position to make that play. So you got to take charge there. And it really did appear that Cumberland's catcher was going for it, and then he pulled up at the last moment, almost giving the pitcher the right away. But now, well, you got bases loaded. You're still one ground ball away from getting out of this inning.
Yeah, double play by Cumberland would be just what the doctor would order. They turned none yesterday in their loss to Taylor. Bases full for the shortstop, Sayer, one of the leaders of the Bulldog Club. Strike down the middle, off speed, 0-1. We've seen Sayer be the vocal leader tonight for Tennessee Wesleyan. Remember, he scored early in this contest and looked right at the Cumberland dugout as he ran by and tried to use it as a way to galvanize his team. Has the game in his hands here with an opportunity to really galvanize the folks in gray. But a beautiful backdoor curveball from Torres drops Sayer to 0-2. "104 pitches for Torres. Second starting pitcher for Cumberland to go over the century mark here in the opening round. 0-2. Curveball up the left field line, but just a hair in front of it was Sayer. And I think he would have bat flipped that thing like a drum major at an HBCU if that thing would have been fair.
No doubt he might have addressed the opposing dugout on his way around.
He might have addressed us. So an extra beat to breathe here for Torres. 0-2 curveball, and Sayer fights it off to the right this time. Sayer a .338 average. Tied for the team lead with 13 home runs. The lead runner with one out is Webster, who started the inning off with a walk. Martinez at second. Tarver, who loaded him up with a picturesque bunt, is the last man at first. 0-2 again. Sayer to the left this time. That's 3 straight foul balls with 2 strikes for the talented shortstop. First team all Appalachian Athletic Conference for the senior from California. A 1-for-2 night with a walk and a single for the man batting out of the cleanup spot. Torres leans in with the bases full. Pitch number 5. Up high, elevated fastball, 1-2. Sayer has driven in 55 runs this year. That leads this Bulldog club. Good eye from the shortstop, 2-2. Gets caught in the feet of the catcher, Dukeshire. First time that we've seen the Bulldogs have some life here offensively in the last couple of innings.
Yeah, they've been quiet for a lot of this game, Rick. It'd be nice to see them kind of break through, get some more runs on the board, and hopefully make a run at least closing the gap here before the 9th inning.
Both Ethan Torres and Trenton Dukeshire just looking out into the great beyond of center field. Dukeshire running his left hand through his fantastic head of blonde hair. Maybe they're wondering why there's a giant gap of just 3 trees. Well, boys, that's because there used to be 2 trees out there, and both of them got knocked down. One lives in infamy for those of you from Oklahoma Wesleyan. That was the ball that ripped what thought to be a ball out of the hand of Acosta Tapia, their talented center fielder, and gave Freed Hardeman a game-tying home run in the bottom of the 13th on this field 5 years ago. 2-2 here to Sayer with the bases juiced. In the air, foul to left. The funny thing was when Taylor was announced as an opening round site last year, there was a couple quote tweets where it said that Taylor was hosting. One of them was from Acosta Tapia, and the first question he goes, I hope that is, he goes, that tree still there? And someone goes, I think someone commented, no, it's gone. He goes, all that the tweet said was good with a period. He almost cleared that old 4-foot fence, but a tree branch ripped it out of his mitt, and it tied the game in the First pitch on a 95-mile-an-hour heater from Losandro Cruz 5 years ago. 2-2, Sayer down on strikes, and another big punch out here from Ethan Torres. 2 gone. Make it the 5th strikeout of the night, and now it's a pinch hitter coming up in place of Parker Stinnett. And number 33, Cody McGill, who was 0 for 5 an evening ago.
Number 33, Cody
McGill 0 for 5 with a strikeout, was the DH last night in the loss to Point Park. 111 pitches for Ethan Torres. A 5-run game with Tennessee Wesleyan batting and down, but the bases are full. Breaking ball is away, 1-0. A couple of Cumberland fans, hands on their heads in that surrender Cobra pose, in disbelief that first offering from Torres missed. 7 hits aside, an error aside, but it's 9-4 Cumberland. Tennessee Wesleyan at the plate. Bouncer right side, gets through to the right side. 1 run is home. Here comes Martinez hustling from second. The throw cut off and sent over to third base. A clutch 2 RBI single for the pinch hitter Cody McGill. Brings Tennessee Wesleyan back to within 3.
That's a good piece of hitting there, right there, Rick. He goes with the pitch, takes it over to the opposite side of the field, finds the gap, and good job by the base runners anticipating that, getting a good jump, and giving Tennessee Wesleyan a chance to once more close the gap.
McGill out. Stinnett back into run at first. And how can this be Tennessee Wesleyan's time here with tying run at the plate with the Hoosier native Braxton Turn? But before all that fun can happen, second-year head coach Ryan Hunt is out of the dugout, and the time on the mound is over for the starter Ethan Torres. Another stellar start for another Cumberland starter. But Tennessee Wesleyan has got the tying run at the plate with the kid back in his home state. It's 9-6 Cumberland with 2 outs in the 7th.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Trevor Mutzi back in for the second time today. Got the win in 2 innings. Runner takes off. Instinet to second base, and now he's in scoring position. It's a ball to Braxton Turner, the Indiana native from Greenfield. Mutzi earlier today, 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 strikeouts. And he threw just 25 pitches. Had a real live arm in that win over Fisher in the first elimination contest of the day. But the first 2 here to Turner are out of the zone. He takes over for the starter, Ethan Torres, who went 6 2/3. Gave up the 8 hits and the 6 runs, including the 2 RBI single from the pinch hitter McGill. Turner homered last night. He's the tying run at the plate here at the top of the 7th. Fastball high. Dukeshire did his best did his best attempt to frame it. Just too far away to make her work. 113 pitches for Torres. Tennessee Wesleyan 4 for 7 tonight with runners in scoring position. Trying to cash in again here. 3-0. That's a 4-pitch walk, and they're loaded up again. And now the go-ahead run comes up in the first baseman, Evan McGill. Courtesy runner over at first is Aiden McCleary for the catcher, Turner.
Running at first, number 16, Aiden McCleary. Now batting first base.
So McCleary at first. Stolen base, got a runner at second, and now it's a huge spot here for Cumberland. Ball to the finely coiffed Evan McGill. Ball 1. Both dugouts invigorated here. Cumberland on the left on the third base side. Tennessee Wesleyan on the first base side to our right. Bases loaded. Tennessee Wesleyan down 3. McGill takes low again, 2-0. A double for McGill. His first time at the plate in the second, but his last 2 turns have been ground outs. (8-7), the advantage in hits. Tennessee Wesleyan down 3. Belt high, outer part. Lefty McGill takes for strike 1. The walk doesn't affect the batting average tonight for the Bulldogs with runners in scoring position. They're still 4 for 7. 2-1. McGill fouls out of play to our left. So they haven't had a lot of chances, Lincoln, with runners on, but when they have, Tennessee Wesleyan has come through with runs.
Absolutely, they've been clutch when they needed to be, and this is a pivotal moment in this game. If they can get these runs across, it's going to be a real interesting finish here.
They're 2 for 8 with 2 outs. 2-2. McGill fights it off on a breaker. Still 2-2. 2 runs home already in the 7th, thanks to a pinch hit, 2 RBI bouncing single by McGill. That'd be Cody McGill, M-C, Big G-I-L-L. Evan McGill, Big M, little A, little G, little I, little L, little L. Looking for his second hit of the night. He's got the speedy Tarver at third. 2-2 on the hands, a whisker close, and the count's full 3-2. Whew.
Doesn't get much closer than that, Rick.
Well, you wanted drama in an elimination game. Here you go, folks.
3-2 with 2 out. The runners will be going here.
The pitch from Mutzi. In the air, down the left field line, fading. A little draw out of play to the left. Still a full count, 3-2. There looks to be a pinch hitter on deck in Preston Welchel. If McGill can get on here, if he does, at least 1 run comes around because the bases are all occupied by Tennessee Wesleyan Bulldogs. It's the 8th pitch that McGill will see from the reliever Mutzi. Replacing the starter, Torres, a batter ago. Payoff pitch, runners go, and another foul ball up the left side.
Whatever the outcome of this at-bat, Rick, it's been a great one so far. He's fought, he's fouling off pitches, he's working the count well. I'm sure the Tennessee dugout would love to see him come through with a big hit.
The righty Mutzi, the lefty McGill, 3-2. Bases full of dogs. 3-run hole for Tennessee Wesleyan. The 10th pitch of the at-bats, ball 4. McGill with a little look down to the catcher, Dukeshire. Gliding in from third is Tarver. And now the Bulldogs down by 2. It's the closest they've been since falling behind 6-0. And 6-4 after the third. So it's Welchel, the pinch hitter in place of the DH Picton. And oh, by the way, the bases are still loaded. Welchel, the 9th batter of the frame for top-seeded Tennessee Wesleyan. Both teams trying to win in advance. Off speed at the letters for a strike. Welchel, the sophomore out of Georgia. A .250 average. Rollover right side. Scooped by Moreno. Underhands to first. Covering is the pitcher Mutzi. And Welchel comes up a hair limp after running through. But 3 runs home in the top of the 7th. It's time to stretch in Upland, Indiana. Cumberland's lead down to a deuce on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
So can Tennessee Wesleyan keep the strong play going? Surgeon has been lethal tonight. A swinging miss by Farmer up high. 9-1-2 up for Cumberland. They've led the whole way. Their lead back down to 2 for the second time tonight. Breaker away, 1-2. 7 batters have faced Surgeon. He has struck out 5 of them and retired the other 2 on a ground out and a fly out. Low fastball, 2-1. And now if Surgeon can continue his strong play with 2 innings to go, Tennessee Wesleyan right back into it, down by 9-7 margin. High curveball, too high, 3-1. Fans not happy with the strike zone tonight, but both sides have been unhappy. Tennessee Wesleyan will like that, swinging by Farmer up high. And Farmer trying to do something that Cumberland has not done all night. Let's get the leadoff man on the bases to start.
Well, whatever they're doing, Rick, it's been working very well. They've capitalized on Tennessee Wesleyan's mistakes, and they found a way to get guys on base.
Yeah, you scored 9 runs. I'm not saying, it's terrible what they've done. I'm just saying it's like the one blemish on the radar so far tonight.
Oh, I know what you're saying. You always want to get that leadoff guy on base. Always want to start off right.
Payoff. Up the right side, foul. 0 for 3, or for 2 tonight, I should say, for Santrell Farmer. Out of Puerto Rico was 1 for 5 with a double last evening. Leading things off in the bottom of the 7th. The payoff. Away for ball forward for the first time tonight. Cumberland's got the leadoff man on. We've seen some pretty big pitching performances, the 2 starting showings for Cumberland, but you look at a guy like Sargent, a guy like Rodriguez for Point Park. These are guys that have pitched on back-to-back days, and their arms look just as fresh as they did in the second time around than what we saw with their first pitch yesterday.
Yeah, when you get to this point in the season, you've definitely your arm is either breaking down or building up a lot of stamina. And what we're seeing here is with these teams is a lot of stamina.
Sack punch bunt third base side, scooped up by Snett. They retire Dalton at first, and he does his job moving Farmer up to second. Well, there's one guy that you wanted to try to build your lead, and Cole Turney barely even got to see home plate as he's intentionally walked for the second time tonight. If you're Turney, at some point would you kind of try to get a head stay like, hey, are you going to walk me so I don't have to put all this gear on, and then I got to take the elbow shield off, I got to take my gloves off?
Well,
be courtesy, right?
I hope he's wearing a Garmin or an Apple Watch so he can be charting all these steps he's gotten in.
Oh, he's getting a lot of steps. You know the only guy that's got more steps than him? Taylor's Cam Knepp, who had to run from third base to right field when they played yesterday and got into the Turney shift. First one to Hughes is bounced to the left, foul. 3 intentional walks to Turney. Over 50 free passes on the year. The former Houston Cougar has left a giant imprint on the Cumberland season. 2 on the paths here. Hughes chases his upstairs fastball. He's down 0-2. Hughes walked in the first. Since then, he's been retired 3 straight times. 2 strikeouts and an inning-ending fielder's choice. (9-7), the Cumberland lead as they bat in the bottom of the 7th. 2-strike pitch, and Hughes rockets it to deep left field, and a timely 2-run home run for Tyner Hughes. Or a 3-run shot, and the lead right back up to 5. It's 12-7 on a Hughes long ball.
Yeah, it was a swing where he got great extension on that pitch. Great follow through. Sent it out into deep left field, out into the darkness beyond the outfield lights. As we're seeing here at the Cumberland Bats, even when they go to sleep, when they wake up, man, do they wake up.
First hit that Sargent has allowed tonight. He had not allowed anybody to get on base safely, but that leadoff walk has brought some new life back to Cumberland, and their lead right back to 5 as they are keeping Tennessee Wesleyan at bay, the top seed in the opening round. Roll over right side by Triplett. Martinez scoops her up at second, a low one to first that McGill able to handle, and there are 2 gone. Cumberland looking for their 4th, trying to get the battle on the road to their 4th World Series championship. Huge cut there from Sanders. Comes up with nothing but air. That's a strike. You look about a guy in Hughes. Was 0 for 4 yesterday against Taylor. Was 0 for 2, or 0 for 3 coming in to that at-bat here. And had an up-and-down game against Fisher earlier today, but a huge moment that he did not blink at. Fought off. Sanders. 0-2 lifted away.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about baseball. Every day's a new day, and just because you had a bad game yesterday or you weren't so great in the first game, still got to show up and keep making those adjustments, and this next bat could be your breakout at bat.
Sanders looking for his 2nd home run of the night. Stopping the run is Carson Ford, and it's 13-7. The Cumberland lead as they just continue to blast home runs here from Winterholder Field.
At what point, Rick, do you stop calling it a game and just start calling it batting practice?
My friend, we are teetering on that right now with 5 homers in the game for Cumberland. And it looks to be the end of the road for Sargent. He had retired all 7 men until this inning happened. And a call to the pen. Tennessee Wesleyan down by 6 for the second time tonight.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Seven home runs in the 2 games today for Cumberland. They have 8 for the opening round. They blasted 5 here in a screamer over Sayer's head by Tim Hollick. The shortstop for Tennessee Wesleyan is the one who had that ball screaming over his head. The new man in is Kyle Bloor, who was sitting at 95 last night. And jumping on the first pitch fastball is Hollick, and he gets his second hit. Bloor comes in to replace Sargent, who went 3 innings. Allowed just 2 hits, but they were a 3-run and a solo home run, all in this inning. And after cutting the deficit to 2, Tennessee Wesleyan sees their hole grow to 6 at 13-7. First pitch was a ball to Moreno, and the second one is that as well. Bloor last night went an inning, allowed a hit, and gave up a 2-run home run in the loss to Point Park through just 22 pitches. Heater right side, past the effort of McGill, who had to hold the runner at first. Trying to go first to third is Hollick, the third baseman. He wheels, and it's runners of the corners here for Cumberland with 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th as they have kicked into a 2-out rally.
That was an unintentional hit and run there, Rick. Base runner got a good jump, went first to third. Now you got a guy in scoring position. Cumberland continues to roll.
11 hits for the Phoenix. They romped all over Fisher earlier today, eliminating the 5 seed. It'll either be the 3 seed Cumberland, who leads 13-7 right now, or the 1 seed Tennessee Wesleyan taking on 4 seed Point Park in our semifinal elimination game tomorrow at 2:30. Runner goes, throw down, good throw, and coming back is Sayer, who quickly pounces on top of Moreno to tag him out. Nicely done by the Bulldog shortstop. But the damage has been done. A 3-run homer by Hughes and a solo shot by Sanders. Cumberland back in front by 6, 13-7, as we go to the final 2 innings here from Winter-Holder Field.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Every time Tennessee Wesleyan has tried to cut into this deficit, and they have. Screamer up the right side. Nice first piece of hitting here for Cale Webster. Dies just inside the right field line. It's a two-bagger for the 9-hole hitter, the right fielder. And after watching 2 home runs leave the park a half inning ago, Tennessee Wesleyan back down by 6. They're trying to start things hot in the top of the 8th.
Really great aggressive base running here, Rick. We've seen that from almost every single team this tournament.
First hit that Mutzi has allowed, he came in and slammed the door. Even though he gave up that bases-loaded walk, the offense for Cumberland has picked up their reliever. Mutzi back on the hill for the 2nd game in a row. And he calls time and a miscommunication between him and the catcher, Trenton Dukeshire. Just 2 hits last inning on those 3 runs for Tennessee Wesleyan. Their offense has been up and down tonight. We mentioned they're 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The leadoff men have gotten on 4 out of the 8 times. It's just been up and down. And the wide swath, 4, 5, and 6 scoreless. After they had cut it down to 6-4, they were down 9-4 forever before that 3-run top of the 7th. But right when they had the good vibes going, Cumberland snatched it right away.
Yeah, Tennessee Wesleyan, it seems they've had some trouble getting to an offensive rhythm here, and Cumberland has had their quiet moments as well, but when Cumberland when they speak, they shout.
I like that. That's a good one. Strike 1 to Ford. Ford, the leadoff man, is 0 for 4 tonight for the Dogs. Bouncing it in short. Mutzi, good stab there by Dukeshire. Ball and strike. Runner in scoring position. The Bulldogs are 4 for 8 with this scenario tonight, and they'd love to get Ford to collect his first hit. Came into the day tied for the team lead in home runs, but he swings through an off-speed pitch, enters half, and the lefty down 1-2. Blasted that 13th home run last night, but has been quiet tonight, 0 for 4 for the top spot in the order. We have 4 Bulldogs with at least 40 runs batted in this year. In the air up the left field line. Hughes hustles after it. He and also the third baseman Hollick lost it. That is a little bit of an adjustment here. First time tonight. Remember last night, the last game of the night, Tennessee Wesleyan Point Park got done before the lights have really taken hold like we're seeing here right now.
Yeah, we're in that strange in-between time where the sky isn't completely dark yet. It's kind of that in-between blue So it can definitely be easy to lose the ball in that haze, in that glare.
Tennessee Wesleyan knocked out of their conference tournament, trying to avoid going 2-Q here in the opening round in Upland, Indiana. Point Park waiting for the winner of this game tomorrow at 2:30. 2 seed in the host, Taylor. They are on to the championship game, trying to win their first opening round title in school history. And go back to the World Series for the first time in multiple decades. Tennessee Wesleyan knows the road to Lewiston. So does Cumberland. Very well for both of these teams. 2 World Series titles for the Bulldogs, 3 of them for the Phoenix. Hammered hit from Ford into the gap to right center field. A picture-perfect double for Carson Ford. He glides into second, and switching places with him is Cale Webster. And now Tennessee Wesleyan not batting an eye. 2 doubles to start off the 8th, and they're back to within 5.
Yeah, he was sitting on that pitch, Rick. It was left high in the zone and puts a great swing on it, perfectly placed right in the gap. And Tennessee Wesleyan, if they can just keep doing that, they might have a chance to close this gap and once again make a run at playing tomorrow.
Time dwindling, and the time over for Mootsie on the Hill. We'll introduce you to the new Cumberland pitcher next on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Matthew Jenkinson, the utility man, newly converted pitcher, in out of the pen for the second day in a row for Cumberland. Yesterday, won an inning in the 8th against Taylor in the loss. No runs, 2 strikeouts on 16 tosses. Back-to-back doubles for Tennessee Wesleyan here in this 8th inning, and it's 2 strikes here on Marco Martinez. A double for Webster, and then he was scored on Carson Ford's double. Tennessee Wesleyan back to within 5, down 13-8. Nobody gone to the top of the 8th of our quarterfinal elimination game. Trying to turn on one or poke it to the right side is Martinez. He's got the count to 1-2. Or 0-2, excuse me. Mootsie went a third of an inning, walked 2 guys last inning, then gave up the 2 doubles here in the 8th. 0-2 again. On the hands, up high for a ball. Jenkinson leans in. Tennessee native, Martinez loops it up the right side and foul. Elimination game here between the top seed Tennessee Wesleyan. 42-10 are the Bulldogs on the year, trying to make it back to the World Series for the second year in a row. Cumberland in their first opening round in 5 years. Last time was here in Upland in 2018. They're back here in 2023. The ball and 2 strikes. Martinez has fouled off a considerable amount from the sidewinder Jenkinson. Pitch number 6 gets away. It's still 2-2. It's now 2-2. Martinez, the leader in batting when the opening round started. 0 for 5 yesterday against Point Park. He's 0 for 2 tonight with a walk and a hit by pitch. Watches a fastball sail high from the sidewinder Jenkinson, and the count is full. 3 runs on 2 hits last inning for Tennessee Wesleyan. They're down 5 in the 8th with 10 hits to their name tonight. The payoff. Low bounces away, and moving up to third base wisely is Carson Ford. Good read there from the left fielder. That's now 6 walks issued tonight by the Cumberland staff. Jeremy Hosier comes out from behind home plate and will dust off the rubber pellets off of the plate. Looks like Dukeshire might have asked for that, might have being away just to kind of try to calm the seas a little bit here for Cumberland. Two for 4 night for the center fielder Andre Tarver. Still nobody out in the top of the 8th for Tennessee Wesleyan. They trail by 5, playing for their 2023 season to extend. Coming inside, Jenkinson, low, ball 1. Tarver singled and scored in the 3rd. Laid down a beautiful bunt single last inning and also scored as well. Ford, the lead man at 3rd. And off target again is Jenkinson, 2-0. There are a couple of guys up in the Cumberland pen. Nobody has really started working to get loose just yet. Starting to the initial paces there. There also is some activity in the Tennessee Wesleyan bullpen in the right field corner. And Jenkinson off target, 3-0, excuse me. Second base is open with Ford at 3rd and Martinez at 1st. This could be the opportunity for Tennessee Wesleyan to if not just get back to the game, but potentially take their first lead. Ball 4, and they're loaded up again, and now the Bulldogs starting to have the field tilted in their favor again.
Yeah, if you're Tennessee Wesleyan, you got to keep working the count, seeing as many pitches as you can, and string together a few good at-bats here. And some timely hitting won't hurt.
Here's the electric shortstop, Dan Sayer.
Yeah, Sayer's got a nice, short, compact swing that does pack a punch, so if he can get a hold of one here, shoot something into the gap, he's going to score a few runs.
His bat packs a punch. His right arm, we've seen rifling throws across the field from short, packs a punch as well, and Jenkinson struggling to find the zone. He walked Martinez, and that's now 5 out of the zone after 4 straight to Tarver and 1 to Sayer. Ford with great speed. Tarver is behind him at 1st. Inside in the turf, and Sayer holds his hand up to keep Ford at 3rd. RBI double for Carson. Moved on the wild pitch that was ball 4 to Martinez, going from 2nd to 3rd. 2-0. At the knees, taken for a strike is Sayer. 2-1 with nobody out, and the bases full of his teammates here in the top of the 8th. Of an exciting elimination game here in Upland, Indiana tonight. Sayer fouls it off, and the count goes to 2-2 as that one bounced up and Might have got him on the wrist. Sayers stalking around the plate after the foul ball. California native pops her up, hoping to get it out of play. It's close to the fencing and nicely caught by the first baseman, Triplett. Lost his cap. He was up the right side of the park, able to maneuver the fencing and make the grab for a big first out. And more importantly, it also keeps Ford at third.
Yeah, when you're a pitcher and your defense can make a play like that, it takes off so much pressure. Now, all it's going to take is a ground ball. You can get out of this inning. So, hats off to the first baseman there. Really made a difficult play look very easy.
Bases loaded for Stinnett, the lefty third baseman. Jenkinson taking his time into the windup. Fastball elevated away. McGill pinch hit in the spot last inning, delivered a 2-out, 2 RBI single. Jenkinson now increasing the pace between pitches. It's inside, 2-0. In total tonight, Stinnett is 0 for 2 with a sac fly coming in inning number 3. 1 for 4 last night, and quickly working again Jenkinson, and he's a ball away from walking in the 9th run of the night. And there's ball 4. Tennessee Wesleyan now down by 4 with still just 1 out here in this top of the 8th inning. Good news here if you're the Bulldogs. You've moved Martinez up to second. You got third, You have the speedy Tarver back there at second, so a hit to the outfield would almost guarantee you to get you 2 runs. Backdoor pitch almost plunks Braxton Turner. The Indiana native back in his home state, working on a 1 for 3 night. Jenkinson misses low, 2-0. RBI double for Turner. He scored in the second as well to boot. Jenkinson just rifling through pitches, and it's 3-0. Moreno at second base covers his glove and his right hand over his face in disbelief. Cumberland's folks voicing their displeasure with the strike. They like that one. But both teams and both fan bases have been unhappy with the zone tonight. Big cut from Turner, and he comes up empty, and it's 3-2. Turner, the 3-2. Down the middle, looking for strike 3, and there are 2 gone. Big strikeout for Jenkinson against the Hoosier Turner. He went up 3-0, and Jenkinson has kept up with that rapid assault of pitches. And now it's Evan McGill, as Tennessee Wesleyan tries to not waste this bases-loaded opportunity with 1 gone. They have not been able to really create a lot of their own hope tonight. It's been a lot of bases-loaded walks here against Cumberland. Down 2-0. McGill a bases-loaded walk last inning. He is 1 for 3 tonight. 3-0, belt high, outer corner, make it 2-1 on the called strike. Marco Martinez is at third, Andre Tarver's at second, and it's Stinnett at first. 2-1 at the knees. McGill takes 2-2 with 2 outs. Jenkinson trying to come in and limit the damage to just 2. Here at the top of the 8th, 1 has been charged to him on the bases loaded walk. 2-2 to McGill. Way away, and Dukeshire saves a run off the board, lunging and sliding to his left. And Tennessee Wesleyan make the big play with their bat. Full count, 3-2. To the right side, diving stop. Moreno back to his feet, throws to first, and almost missing the bag, but Triplett got it there in time. Drug the left foot back over, and Moreno saves runs off the board. We head to the bottom of the 8th with Cumberland's lead down to 4.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
A monumental play by the second baseman, Juan Moreno. Dives in the hole at second, back to his feet, and then Triplett does a two-step at first base to get his foot on the bag and prevents any more runs coming home at the top of the 8th with Tennessee Wesleyan having the bases loaded. Carmine Poppity on the mound right now for the Bulldogs. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 13-9 lead in favor of the home team on the scoreboard, Cumberland. 2-0 to the catcher, Dukeshire. Fastball right side, foul. Dukeshire 1 for 4, has been retired his last 3 times up, Lincoln. Foul tip held on to by Braxton Turner, 2-2. And if you're Turner, you have got to feel your heart just breaks for that guy. Was up 3-0, back in his home state. Big opportunity, and goes down on 3 straight strikes for the second out of the top of the 8th. Poppity fires a looking strike, 3 inside. Bewildered as Dukeshire at the plate. And Poppity, the big fella, at 6'4", 235 out of Maryland. First batter retired on a strike, looking. That brings in the number 9 batter, Centrell Farmer. Down, ball 1. Farmer walked and scored last inning. Big cut on a upstairs fastball, 1-1. Poppity, a 2.74 ERA. All 17 appearances are out of the bullpen. Got a 3-1 record and 2 saves as well. Poppity really turning her loose here. We already saw Ganaway second on the team in saves. And we've seen Bloor, their leader in saves, with 7. Saw the flamethrower Bloor last night. He went just a handful of pitches here earlier. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, 1 out for Farmer. Backdoor pitch, and it gets away from Poppity and plunks Farmer in the back. Second time Farmer's been hit tonight.
Sometimes the ball just finds you, Rick. Nothing you can do about it.
He'll take it, and it was like we said back when the sun was out a couple of hours ago. Almost 3 hours on the nose. No lead is safe. Cumberland's 6-run lead in the first has been safe. Farmer heads off for second off the end of the glove. Turner didn't look her in. That's an easy stolen base for the center fielder, Farmer. Ball one to the top of the order, and the shortstop switch hitter, Drew Dalton. .22 runs combined, 21 hits from the two teams tonight. Poppy's fastball is in, 2-0. One out, runner at second. Cumberland 3 for 8 with runners in scoring position tonight. Fastball high. It's 3-0 for the shortstop, Dalton. Has walked twice. Did so with the bases loaded in the fourth. They're trying to build on this 4-run cushion for Cumberland. They have not trailed. They have not tied tonight. 4-pitch walk puts the second and third men of the inning on the bases. One out, 2 on for Cole Turney, and with one swing of the bat, he could really crush the hopes of Tennessee Wesleyan. Has been intentionally walked 2 of the last 3 times he's been up here. No sign of doing that here from Poppy. First pitch fastball and a mighty cut from Turney, 0-1. He's almost like the fictional character in the poem The Mighty Casey, Cole Turney is. But he doesn't strike out a lot like the Mighty Casey did. Down in the turf, ball 1-1.
Yeah, this is a situation where if you are Tennessee Wesleyan, you just want to get a ground ball and get out of this inning, get back in the dugout, because we're about to hit the meat of this Cumberland of this lineup, and we know what they can do. They've shown us all game.
It's been a home run derby of sorts. Foul tip here for Cole Turney. Drops him to 1-2. 5 home runs tonight. 2 of them from Chewy Sanders. 1 from Moreno. 1 from Hughes. And 1 from Triplett. Turney's already left the park earlier in the game at 11 a.m. Both runners go on the 1-2. And they move up to second and third easily. And now that takes the double play away from Tennessee Wesleyan. Two balls, 2 strikes to the DH Cole Turney as Martinez jogs in with the rest of the infield. I doubt Cole Turney is going to want to bunt. Nope. Up the right field line, just on the chalk for an extra base hit to the corner. Both men come around to score, and Turney with a clutch 2 RBI double smokes it over the right side, and it's back to a 6-run Cumberland lead at 15-9.
Yeah, he scorched that ball, Rick, and it just kissed the foul line perfectly. You couldn't have placed it any better, and man, if I'm an infielder creeping into the infield grass there, I'm just praying that ball doesn't find me, man. He tattooed that ball.
There's a business decision going on when you walk in with a guy like Turney coming up to the plate.
Gotta hope you got a life insurance policy. You got a benefactor.
Or a helmet. Can I get a helmet with a face mask or something? So an RBI double for Turney, his second hit and his first multi-hit game of the opening round, as 2C Taylor kept him off the bases hits-wise with just a single 1 for 2. But he scorched one last night. It almost took the glove off of Taylor's second baseman, Mason David. He was walked 3 other times. Ball 1 and now strike 1 to Tyner Hughes, who left the park in a big way last inning with a 3-run jack over the left field fence. Actually, make it the second multi-hit game for Turney after he was 2 for 4 against Fisher earlier today. Now 2-1 here for Hughes. Left fielder tonight and in the game earlier today was the starting catcher an evening ago. 2 runs scored by Hughes tonight. He's homered and tried to get another home run there. A mighty swing. Falls him to 2-2. 1 out. Cole Turney's 2 RBI double, his 9th one of the season. To go with 32 home runs. Has pushed the 6-run lead to 15. A 6-run lead for Cumberland, 15-9 in this quarterfinal elimination game. 2-2. Chasing one high and away for strike 3 is Hughes. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 8th. We mentioned the 5 home runs tonight for Cumberland. This man got it going. A 3-run jack that just snuck its way over the right field fencing by a whisker. That was the first of what would be 3 homers in that 12-man bottom of the first for 3-seed Cumberland. The ball to Triplett here from Poppity. Righty versus lefty with Turney at second base. Outside, getting the corner is Poppity, 1-1. So outside away from the lefty Triplett. He's gone 0 for 4 since that 3-run shot in the first. Big cut here, empty, 1-2. As we look to the top of the 9th, it's 8, 9, and 1. Picton, Webster, and Ford for Tennessee Wesleyan. A ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Turney at second after his 2 RBI 2-bagger. Low, 2-2. First time we've seen Poppity here in the opening round trying to limit the damage to just the 2 runs brought in by Turney. The pitch. Fought off on the handle and skates foul. The 2-2 again. Low and away, full count as Poppity trying not to lose Triplett and put 2 on the bases for Chewy Sanders, who's left the yard twice tonight. Off the end of the bat, flared foul. The count is still full, 3-2. The next pitch will be the 8th one from Poppity to Triplett. And it's 15-9. Cumberland lead as they bat in the bottom of the 8th. Poppity looks to Turney at second, kicks and comes home. Inside, ball 4, and the inning continues. Sanders with 3 home runs here in this opening round. 1 yesterday and 2 here tonight. He comes on with 2 on the pond. And Sanders has done a great job of just getting on base tonight. 4 out of his 5 times in doing so. A ball away. Went back-to-back homers with Triplett in the first. Solo homer in the 7th. That forced a pitching change. Then he's walked twice, in between being retired only once. Fastball in. It's 2-0. Third one. In the air, foul. Might be destined for the parking lot. It'll bounce there off the ricochet. Sanders, the second team all Mid-South Conference pick. The Middle Tennessee transfer in his state transfer in his second season for CU. Goes down low, sends it over the lights, and this one's definitely getting to the lot. Two balls, two strikes, two outs. Bottom of the eighth with two on for Chewy Sanders. A 6-run Cumberland lead. Up the right side, fair. Diving is McGill, underhands to Poppity, who covers it first. But Tennessee Wesleyan, the top seed in the opening round, trying to avoid going 2 and out as they're down 6 as we head to the top of the 9th. Tennessee Wesleyan season has 3 outs left in it.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Potential save opportunity here for Matthew Jenkinson. Tennessee Wesleyan, the 4th-ranked team in the country and the number 1 seed in this opening round. I've got 3 outs left to work with here. They're down 15-9. They have scored no more than 3 runs in a single inning tonight against the Cumberland staff, with Jenkins trying to take it to the finish line. The tying run has come to the plate a couple of times with multiple bases-loaded situations, but every time Tennessee Wesleyan's been close, it's been the Cumberland offense league that has roared back.
Yeah, as we've seen here in this tournament, Point Park and Cumberland especially, they have been a force to be reckoned with.
Knee-high strike outside corner, 3-2. And if the score holds here, that is who's in the semifinal tomorrow at 2:30. So if you like offense, that is going to be the game for you. Leadoff walk to the DH Welchell in the second turn at the plate.
Yeah, both Point Park and Cumberland have gotten hot at the right time, and unless Tennessee Wesleyan can pull off a strong offensive inning, it seems like their season might be cut shorter than they would have hoped.
They made the World Series last year. They've left the bases loaded in the last 2 innings, getting 5 runs between them, but just 4 hits, 2 in each of those innings, and so haven't really been able to generate enough of their own offense tonight. A ball to Webster, batting out of the 9-hole, and now 2 of them.
I mean, traditionally, whenever you score 9 runs or even 10 runs, you should have scored enough to win a ball game, but in this tournament, it's been almost, we've been joking between innings, it's almost like a football game.
Mm-hmm. We're at the top of the 9th now, but we're like halfway through the second quarter with a 15-9 score. 3-0 for the number 9 man, Cale Webster. Three and 1 for the switch hitter. Away, and that's back-to-back walks to start. There is a righty warming up in the Cumberland pen. And it's turned the lineup over to the top in Carson Ford. 4 walks now charged to Jenkinson, and his time on the hill is coming to a close. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher coming in for Cumberland next on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Well, Johnny Cash here on a Tuesday night in Upland, Indiana, played for Taylor athletic trainer Casey Hackman, who ignored us in the booth. That's fine. We're not heard about it too much. Dylan Bland, the pitcher, in here for Cumberland. Nobody out, 2 on with back-to-back walks from the 8 and 9 men, and not the way that Bland wanted to start with the ball to Carson Ford, who might be finding his rhythm here. 5.68 ERA, 13th appearance overall for Bland. 11th one out of the pen with an 0-1 overall record, but does have 3 saves to his name, and his fastball is away from the lefty Ford. If you're Tennessee Wesleyan and you get the last 3 innings of the bases full, but you can only muster 2 hits at least out of it now, or 4 hits out of it, you had the opportunities that the Bulldogs have not been able to cash in tonight.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Rick. I mean, they've had a ton of opportunities to even out the score, and I mean, we've seen this before in this tournament especially. It's that missed opportunities come back to hurt you big time because you don't have the benefit of playing 3 games against a team. You have to treat every game like it might be your last.
Strike 1 on the 3rd pitch. We saw Taylor, who's in the championship game tomorrow night, with the 4th one quickly into Ford. Bounces away. Dukeshire can't find it, but not enough space to let the runners try to take a free 90. 3-1 to Ford. So 2C Taylor, who's a win away from the World Series. They had plenty of opportunities to really blow it open against Cumberland. They did not. They held on for a 3-2 win. Today they had opportunities that they didn't cash on in until late. They held on for a 12-10 win.
I think the Taylor-Cumberland game has been the only really low-scoring game we've seen in this tournament. It's been just a hitting barrage.
On cue, Ford lashes it out of play. Full count, 3-2. Yes, that'd be the only game of this opening round that has not had at least one team score double-figure runs. Actually, I take that back. We had the 8-4 game last night with Tennessee Wesleyan, so let's round it up and say double-figure runs combined, shall we? Yes. Ford again out of play, still 3-2. We had Cumberland score 17 earlier today against Fisher. Point Park scored 20 on Fisher. 12-10 the final for the Taylor Point Park game earlier today, and it's 15-9 here in the nightcap in our elimination quarterfinal. 3-2 again, Ford, fly ball center field. Farmer gives way, and the shortstop Dalton got back and turned around and made the catch for the first out. A couple more feet, and that would have Landed in no man's land for Ford, but his rough opening round at the plate continues to roll on.
Yeah, off the bat I thought, oh, that might drop, but really skilled shortstop, tracked it down, made it look easy. Now Cumberland's just one pitch away from turning 2.
Dylan Bland out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Martinez, the top batter in terms of average, when the opening round started, has been eerily quiet here at the plate. First one fouled away by the California native, 0 for 5 last night. 0 for 2 tonight with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. Lifts another one foul, out of play to the right again, 0-2. And it sounds like we just got our first car of the night of the opening round on a foul ball, judging by the couple of folks' reaction of the oohs and ahs and then, of course, you hear the always reassuring thud. Time is called as Bland was looking away. And Martinez trying to get an explanation from home plate umpire Jeremy Hosier about who called time. Martinez trying to say that Dukeshire, the catcher, was the one that asked for it. And now Billy Berry, the third base coach, comes in and gets an explanation here from Hosier, the home plate umpire. Bland on the mound just got his first out here in the top of the 9th. Till still 2 on and a hill to climb for Tennessee Wesleyan, down 15-9, matching their biggest deficit of the night of 6. A low offering to make it 1-2. Bulldogs scored 3 in the 7th. Cumberland scored 4 in the 7th, and each team scored 2 runs last inning. Two on, 1 gone, top of the 9th. Tennessee Wesleyan season hanging in the balance. Martinez turns on one and yanks it foul to the left. Who will get Point Park tomorrow at 2:30 in our semifinal elimination game? One of these teams is 3 wins away from a trip to the World Series. Swing and a miss, and a huge strikeout for Bland, and Tennessee Wesleyan season's on the brink. Bland steps on the mound, turns around and calls time. Gets it from the second base umpire, Nicholas Stabb. Now Bland on the mound, and the last man standing for Tennessee Wesleyan is Andre Tarver, the center fielder. Bulldogs down 6 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Here in our elimination game to wrap up day 2. Tarver jumps on the first one and screams it foul. Tarver a couple of hits tonight. The Bulldogs need him on the bases any way he can. Bouncer foul, and the top seed in the Upland bracket, Tennessee Wesleyan, is down to their last strike here in 2023. Back-to-back walks. Brought the end of the night for Jenkinson. Bland is coming in his first appearance in the opening round. A pop out and a strikeout. And he's a ground ball or a strike away from sending Cumberland on to the semifinals tomorrow at 2:30. Bland readies. Gets the sign from Dukeshire. The lefty Tarver's in the box and the pitch. Bounced in for ball 1. A ball and 2 strikes. Bland, the righty, looks back to the lead runner at second and comes home. Outside corner, just off as Dukeshire tried to drag it across. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The shortstop, Sayre, is on deck for the 4th-ranked team in the country, the top seed in the Upland bracket, Tennessee Wesleyan. Number 1, one seed has already gone down once today in Weber International. The 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Bland has been eerily close the last 2 to getting the punch out to end Tennessee Wesleyan's hopes of a return trip to the World Series. The payoff pitch. Ball 4, and for the 3rd inning in a row, Tennessee Wesleyan has loaded the bases. The 2 runs that Cumberland scored on the tourney double looming even larger right now because this could be a tying run situation. Instead, Sayre comes up knowing he needs just to get on, period. But it's a 6-run hole here for the Bulldogs.
Well, stranger things have happened, Rick. It's still possible to come back. It's just going to take some smart hitting from these Tennessee Wesleyan batters.
That walk by Bland was the 10th one by a Phoenix pitcher tonight. Fastball over the heart of the plate, 0-1. Sayre, 1 hit tonight, has been one of the top run producers in the Tennessee Wesleyan order this season. Welchek, the lead runner at 3rd. Outside corner, too far away, 1-1. Welchel, the runner at 3rd. Webster at 2nd. And Tarver at 1st. So you've got good speed out there. If Sayre could get one to the outfield. He has just a single to his name tonight up the middle. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Sayre, big cut. He comes up empty, and the count is back to 1-2. For the 2nd batter in a row, Tennessee Wesleyan is down to their last strike. Cumberland staved off elimination in a big way earlier today. They're trying to move on to day 3. Bland bluffs and steps off the mound. Bluffs the throw to 2nd. Sayre steps out of the box to gather his thoughts and hopes. Bases full for the 3rd inning in a row for Tennessee Wesleyan, the top seed here in Upland. 1-2. Sayre watches it sail away, down on the turf, 2-2. Six-run deficit for the senior Dan Sayre, the shortstop out of California. The 2-2 delivery. Low and away, ball 3.
3-2, 2 out. Bottom of the 9th, season on the line. This is what makes baseball so much fun, Rick.
Bland versus Sayre. Nowhere to put him. The payoff. Sayre up the 3rd base side, foul. Smart job there by Welchel. Everybody obviously running. The runners are on with 2 strikes. But took a big banana cut with potential that ball coming his way. You don't want to be the ball hit the runner and be the last out way to end your season. So a smart job by Welcher there to take a long circuitous with a long, pretty route. 3-2 again. Sayre, deep fly ball, center field. Going back, Farmer, going back. He looks up. It's a grand slam with 2 outs for the shortstop, Dan Sayre. And after back-to-back batters down to their last strike, the shortstop tattoos one to dead center, and it's 15-13 Tennessee Wesleyan still with life.
Man, what a gutsy at-bat there. That ball just carried out into the night sky. From our angle, we couldn't really see if it was going to hit the wall. The center fielder was tracking it very well, but just sneaks over the outfield fence. And like you were saying, Rick, it's those that last inning, those 2 runs, really comes back to hurt.
Dan Sayre knew it was gone off the bat, and a ball low here from Bland to the 3rd baseman, Parker Stinnett. We're past the 10 o'clock hour here in Upland, Indiana, and things are starting to get a little weird in the Midwest. First homer of the night for the Bulldogs. Have kept their season alive, but they've got no more room for error. 2-0 here for Stinnett. A man is getting warm in the pen, a Sidewinder submariner. That's Ian Schilling. 2-0. 3-0. With the Indiana kid, Braxton Turner, on deck. The potential to be the tying run back in his home state. Three balls, no strikes. Cumberland's pitching staff has walked 10 men tonight, and they walked number 11, and now the Indiana native, Braxton Turner, is the tying run with Tennessee's Wesleyan's season hanging in the balance for now the last three batters.
Looks like that Cumberland dugout is chirping a little bit at the home plate umpire, and rightfully so. That was a very close pitch, but at the same time, and you got 2 outs here, you just need to get the batter. That guy on first, at this point, does not matter.
Dan Sayer's been the lifeblood of this Tennessee Wesleyan team tonight. He has come through, and now it's Braxton Turner's opportunity. Ball 4, 5 out of the zone. Not only did Turner hit the grand slam, he did so on the payoff pitch after fouling it off with 2 strikes on the 7th one he got.
That's a fantastic at-bat, Rick. Just fantastic.
Our final game of the night, dripping in drama as it just came in from a rainstorm. 2-0, and Bland is struggling to find the zone. 2 walks to start the inning. He came in, got a pop out, got a strikeout. He walked Tarver on a 3-2. Sayer hit it 400 feet to dead center. Turner the tying run and a much-needed strike on the inner half, 2-1. Whew! Turner, 2-1. Fouls it to the left, and again, 2 strikes. 2 outs, top of the 9th, Tennessee Wesleyan down by 2. Turner with a double to his name tonight. It's his only hit. 2-2 from Bland. Ripped left side, and the tying runs are on for Tennessee Wesleyan. Welcome back to your home state, Braxton Turner. By the way, remember, this is the top of the 9th.
Right.
So if Tennessee Wesleyan ties it or takes the lead, we still have a whole bottom of the 9th full of drama. And that nuclear hot offensive Cumberland in the dugout that is not going to be happy pursuing an angry coming up in the bottom of the 9th. But you still need 2 runs to get. Dylan Bland will not get to face the 9th batter of the inning. 2 outs. A grand slam has made it a 2-run game, and the tying runs are on for the first baseman, Evan McGill. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Well, if you went away, shame on you. Dan Sayer, a grand slam with 2 outs. McGill's the 9th batter of the inning, the 4th one batting with 2 outs. He's the go-ahead run of the plate with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. The sidearmer Schilling in his first appearance in the opening round. Misses away, ball 1. McGill almost poked one to the right side his last time up. It was Moreno that saved it and ended the top of the 8th. Schilling a 3-1 overall record with a save. Inside to McGill, gets a strike to even it up at 1-1. An 8.31 ERA for the other Indiana native on the rosters. Indianapolis-owned and Ben Davis High School product Schilling. It's Feller Hoosier, Braxton Turner's the tying run at first base. The 1-1. McGill almost chased a breaker away. It's 2-1. With the man that led the inning off, Preston Welchel standing on deck. 4th one. Inside, ball 3. 12 walks issued by the pitchers tonight of Cumberland. 3-1. McGill trying to make it a Baker's dozen. He does. It gets to the backstop. Everybody moves up 90 feet. And now the tying runs are in scoring position. And everybody here, whether you're wearing royal blue or maroon, are about in utter shock right now.
Cumberland is having just as rough of an inning now as Tennessee Wesleyan had in the first inning. It has that same vibe, that same feel of, gosh darn it, we just need an out, and everything seems to be going wrong.
So here's the man that led the inning off, Picton, and you guessed it, he walked. 2 outs, top of the 9th, still down 2. Outside half, belt high, called for a strike. That's the other problem for Cumberland here tonight. They have not started, particularly in the 9th inning, they have not started batters off with a strike. Maybe that might have been the first one, maybe 2. Courtesy runner, a pinch runner in for McGill at first. It'll be Chris Summey, the Nashville, Tennessee native.
Yeah, it's so important to, as a pitcher and as the defense, to start off an at-bat with a strike. Really sets the whole tone for the at-bat, and as we've seen here, Cumberland struggled a little bit with that tonight, and we are reaping the rewards of that as we speak.
Bases full. Tennessee Wesleyan 2 for 7 tonight with the bases juiced. They're down 2 with the tying runners, Stinnett at third and Turner behind him at second. Schilling, high fly ball, deep center field, going back at the wall, jumping, not making the catch. The tying run has come around. Here comes the go-ahead run, stomping on the brakes, back to second base, safe. And Tennessee Wesleyan has come all the way back with their season on the line, and they take the first lead of the night, 16-15 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. The Bulldogs have scored 7 runs with 2 outs.
Can you say Midwest magic, Rick? This has been quite the inning. What a comeback, and that just goes to prove that anything that can go wrong will go wrong in this tournament. And it's like you can never sleep on any team, and no matter how far down you are, hats off to this Tennessee Wesleyan team for not giving up. They could have easily just rolled over and said goodbye to the season, but man, what a comeback.
6 straight batters have batted with 2 outs, and now the 8th will do it. And this one hit hard to deep left field. It might get out of here. It's going to the fence. It's off the fence. It's now going to be a 2-run Tennessee Wesleyan lead at 17-15 on another RBI double, this time from Cale Webster. What is going on right now?
Tennessee Wesleyan has been, seemingly asleep the past 2 days. They've been kind of on cruise control, and out of nowhere, they have just turned on the juice.
There have been 8 runs scored with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Tennessee Wesleyan had their bags packed. Their season was going to be 2 and out, but the top seed in Upland has taken a 17-15 lead as they've scored 13 runs and a ball thrown all the way to the backstop by Schilling. Moves Webster up to third base. Here for Carson Ford.
If you're Cumberland, this is not how you want to end your season on this note. So you got to take a deep breath and think, all right, we need this out. We cannot let this guy at third score. Need to get back in the dugout and have a magical ending of their own.
This is insanity. 8 runs in the top of the 9th. One off the highest scoring inning after Cumberland put up 9 in the elimination game earlier today against Fisher.
I guess what goes around comes around, Rick.
Am I awake right now? Am I dreaming? What in the world? 2-0 to Carson Ford. But if you're a Cumberland fan, your offense is nuclear hot. So's Carson Ford. Deep fly ball right field. Another RBI triple. It's 18-15 as a 9th run scores with 2 outs as Carson Ford turns back and looks to his dugout as if to say, are you not entertained?
I don't know what type of stuff the trainers put in the water down there at the Tennessee Wesleyan dugout, but whatever they are drinking down there, I think Cumberland's going to want a little bit of that as well when they get up to bat here in the bottom of the inning.
Can I have some? I need some to get through the bottom of the 9th. Well, here's Marco Martinez. He's the 13th batter of the inning. He pops it up here, but now you got to find in the night sky. Hollick from third, backpedals and makes the catch. But 9 runs have been scored with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Tennessee Wesleyan went from being down 6 and their season on the line for almost the entire order with 2 outs.
With 3-2 and 2 out, bases loaded. I mean, your back can't be up against the wall much more than that, Rick.
And now it's a new pitcher coming in. We'll talk about him in a minute. He throws hard. He threw last night. But Cumberland, who ran this game from the first pitch in the first, now have to get 3 runs to force us to extras here in this elimination quarterfinal.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Well, here's Alex Wise, who is a flamethrower out of Omaha, Nebraska, a 6'5" right-hander. And if you missed the 9th inning, real shame on you. Boo. 9 runs with 2 outs, multiple times down to the last strike, was Tennessee Wesleyan. It all started with the Sayer grand slam, and then the thing just became banana land. And now Cumberland's down 3 in the bottom of the 9th. Their first time trailing today as we're knocking on the door of a 4-hour elimination quarterfinal.
The old saying goes, it's never over till it's over, and man, that has not been any more true than this tournament.
Ground ball left side. Here's Sayer, who kept the season alive, and he fires to first for out number 1.
You know, it's said your most competitive guys have to be your players up the middle, your catcher, shortstop, center fielder. Man, Sayre, man, what mental toughness and grit to pull his team literally out of a pit with a 3-2, 2 out, bottom, just like back against the wall, elimination.
And a nuke.
Nuked it to the deepest part of the field and sparks a massive comeback.
In on the elbow. It knocks the elbow guard off of Moreno. He is gotten a little beat up tonight, both at the plate, and he'll make his way to first on the hit by pitch here by Wise. We saw Wise last night, as we mentioned, went an inning and a third, 4 strikeouts. He threw 17 pitches last night. 12 of them were for strikes. He was sitting in the mid-90s with ease. 3-run hole for Cumberland in the bottom of the ninth, and now their season is on life support here in this elimination game. The batter is the catcher, Dukeshire. He singled in the first and then has been 0 for 4 since then. Inside, Wise misses his target, 2-0. Cumberland's offense, they in Point Park have been the headline grabbers offensively in this opening round. They need the offense to come through here. Fastball from Wise, low into the zone, 2-1. There's a leadoff ground out by Hollick. Moreno got hit on the elbow on the first pitch he got. Wise comes in the save situation after the bizarre 9-run, 2-out top of the ninth for Tennessee Wesleyan. They flip a 6-run deficit into a 3-run lead. Skied out of play to the right, and now the count at 2-2. Here for Dukeshire, the catcher. Wise out of the stretch. Righty on righty, the 2-2. Inside heater, 3-2. The center fielder, Central Farmer, is on deck. He's had a nice snack and a good knack of getting on base tonight.
Yeah, if you're Cumberland right now, you need base runners. That's the main thing here. You need to work the count and get guys on base.
Time is called, and a snapping of the left hand here by Dukeshire. Not sure if he got a cramp in his hand or something, but right before Wise was ready to fire at home, Dukeshire came out and started shaking that bottom left hand, and the sports medicine staff comes out to take a look at him. The good news if you're Cumberland, 3 guys from now is Cole Turney. You have Cole Turney, and Tennessee Wesleyan doesn't. That's the good news. The problem is you got to get to him.
Yep, you got to work the count. Maybe draw a couple walks here. Really, as you're seeing here, even if, we got 1 out in this inning, it's far from over. Expect the unexpected in the opening round here in Upland, Indiana.
It's going to be a 4-hour game here tonight, presumably. We have 33 runs, 27 hits, 6 home runs combined in a grand slam. Well, good thing we got lights. Tennessee Wesleyan put their whole lineup up, essentially, with 2 outs and erased a 6-run deficit. And they just went, after you mentioned it, perfectly. They were kind of just here, they got hit in the mouth last night against Point Park, got hit in the mouth early tonight. We're waiting for them to come back. And the guy that's been the most vocal and the vocal leader of the team, the shortstop Sayre, who is glaring out at Cumberland without blinking the whole night. It's fitting, as you mentioned, he's the guy that kickstarted it with the grand slam with 2 outs. I mean, he bat flipped that bat into another dimension. He threw it so high.
And rightfully so, man. And sometimes you just need that guy who's your spark plug and your emotional core of your team. And it seems like Sayre put the team literally on his back, and now they have more energy than we've seen from them the whole week.
Well hit ball to center, but underneath of it is Andre Tarver for out number 2. And now it's Cumberland needing a 2-out rally the Tennessee Wesleyan had in the top of the ninth. They're trailing by 3 in this elimination game. After the Sayer grand slam in the top of the ninth, it was walk, single, walk, and then 3 straight RBI doubles from Welchek, Webster, and Ford. And they wasted little time taking pitches from Cumberland. Farmer, the center fielder for the Phoenix, is the last man standing for the 3 seed. Save situation here for Wise. Farmer, 2 hit by pitches and a walk his last 3 times up. A low heater in the top of the order lurking with Drew Dalton. And then that Cole Turney guy would be the winning run if he can get to the bases. Or get to the plate, excuse me. 2-0, and Farmer might be the guy that Cumberland needs in this situation. 2 outs. He's so calm, cool, and collected. Trying to get on the bases and bring Dalton to the plate as a tying run. 3-0, and he works a 4-pitch walk, and now Cumberland with a chance to tie it here at the top of the order. By the way, we've had 25 combined walks between the 2 staffs tonight, for those of you keeping track at home. Over 30 runs, almost 30 hits, and over 20 walks.
Every pitching coach's worst nightmare.
Yeah. The switch hitting Drew Dalton, the tying run. Fastball at the knees, 0-1. 3 walks for Dalton tonight. He has scored once and he's driven in a run. He is hitless. It's 18-15, the deficit for Cumberland, with their superhero Turney waiting on deck. And it hit him. And now the bases are full for Cole Turney.
You can't make this up, Rick. We could not have written a more a more cinematic, a more dramatic setup here. Of all the guys, you do not hit the guy
before the guy.
Before the guy. Well, now you've got nowhere to put him. You have to pitch to him.
No, you got to walk him here, don't you? You got to concede one.
They are.
Yep.
Wow.
An intentional walk with the bases loaded. You have an out at any base. Turney has 2 hits in the game so far. But remember, Hughes, who's coming in, launched a 3-run homer a couple of innings ago.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's
pick your poison, I know,
yeah.
But
now you've made it just that much easier.
Turney's the winning run at first for Cumberland, as we have had 10 runs scored with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Fastball belt high outer half to Hughes. Hughes' only hit tonight is the 3-run shot in the 7th. It was a 9-7 Cumberland lead when that inning started. Can Hughes play hero here? Fights it off, and now he's down to his last strike. Tennessee Wesleyan was down 6 heading to the 9th. They scored 9 runs with 2 outs, and Alex Wise is a strike away from keeping Tennessee Wesleyan's season alive and sending Cumberland home. The bases are full. It's a 2-run Cumberland deficit. 2 strikes on Hughes. Wise readies and fires. Right back to up the middle. Here comes one. The tying run getting waved around from third, and we're even at 18. Cumberland comes back 18 apiece with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
Clutch hitting all around. Both dugouts have come to play, and I don't think either one wants to go home, Rick.
Well, you probably can't check out of your room. It's 10:26, so you might as well stay the night. We have officially gone into banana land here. All 12 9th inning runs have come with 2 outs, and we're tied at 18, because why aren't we tied at 18?
And if we're playing by ping pong rules, first to 21, win by 2.
And now Cole Turney's the winning run at second. Our umpires, Jeremy Hosier, Bob Ratzlow, Nicholas Stabb, and Corey Stewart huddle up. Would like to remind you and thank Nelson's for being the press box sponsor. Are they open? Is Nelson's pack up? Are we still making barbecue? We might have need a couple late night orders of the queue to come up to the booth. What in the world is going on? A leadoff strikeout. There's going to be a ground out, a fly out on the third batter of the inning. And now home plate umpire Jeremy Hosier wants to come over and talk with Tennessee Wesleyan head coach Billy Berry.
Well, Cumberland is just one solid hit away. This could be a single. If the runner on second gets a good jump, that outfield better come up firing because they are going to do everything they can to position themselves to win the game right here, right now. Because as we've seen, now Tennessee Wesleyan's offense has been awakened, and we might be here until the early morning light.
Woo! Let's go, baby. And now our umpires are talking with Cumberland head coach Ryan Hunt in front of the Cumberland dugout on the third base side. Each team has scored at least 2 runs in the last 3 innings. We've had 26 runs scored combined in the last 3 innings. Or excuse me, 23, I apologize. 7 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, and 12 in the 9th, all with 2 outs. Turney is the winning run at second for D. Triplett, who hit a 3-run homer all the way back when the sun was out in the first. A ball here to the first baseman. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes. Wise, the 1-0. Nibbling at the corners, it's 2-0 here for Triplett. Chewy Sanders is on deck, and he's gone deep twice. (18-18), winning run at second base. Ball 3.
Good plate discipline here. No reason to chase anything, even though, you got 2 outs, guys in scoring position. He's probably going to take this pitch here. He's going to want to work the count. He's going to want to find his pitch, put a great swing on it.
Triplett trying to walk for the second straight time. In the air, foul territory. Tracking, having room, and not making the catch as the third baseman, Stinnett, had to reach back over his head. That one off the bat looked like it was going to get out of play. It hung up in the air. How many times have we said that tonight?
Yeah, he gets a second chance here, and this just shows what great confidence the coaching staff has in their offense to give him a green light with 3-0 in a crucial game situation here.
18 apiece. A bases-loaded intentional walk by Cole Turney made it a 2-run deficit. Hughes delivers a 2 RBI single. Ball 4, and they're loaded up, and the winning run is 90 feet away for Chewy Sanders and Cumberland. And every time tonight, it doesn't matter if it was in the 4th inning, the 7th, 8th, or here in the 9th with their backs against the wall, every time Tennessee Wesleyan has had momentum, Cumberland has stomped it out. First one to Sanders, inside fastball. He's the 9th batter of the inning on a looking strike. Turney 90 feet away from winning it. Wise cannot find the outside corner. It's 1-1. 2 homers tonight for Sanders, both solo shots and 2 walks. He just needs a base knock to win it. 1-1, fly ball in the air. Martinez gives way to Sayer, and let's go to the 10th. 18-18, extra innings with a spot in the semifinals on the line.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
If you have a friend that's not watching this game, go tell them. We're in the 10th inning. Tennessee Wesleyan was down 6. They scored 9 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th to go up 18-15. Then Cumberland scores 3 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and they had the winning run 90 feet away. So we're in the 10th with Ryan Calvert at the plate and Andre Tarver, the center fielder, leading it off. We are 5 minutes away from the 4-hour mark of tonight's ball game, with first pitch coming at 6:39. So here's Tarver. He's at the plate for the 7th time tonight. We've had 36 combined runs, 28 combined hits, and a couple of errors as well. Second one up the middle right side, and pointing at the dugout is Tarver as he sprints to first. He rounds the bag, and he's the go-ahead run. A picture-perfect start for the top seed Tennessee Wesleyan.
Tennessee Wesleyan has really come alive here in the last hour or so. Rick, it's like they've been sleepwalking the past couple of days, and then with Sayer's clutch hitting, they've had breathed new life into this offense, reminding us why they're number 4 in the country.
Calvert, a 4-0 overall record, his 12th appearance, 11th out of the pen, an ERA of just over 8.3. Does have a save to his record this season. Now here's the man that you mentioned, Sayer, that has single-handedly kept Tennessee Wesleyan's season alive. A 2-out grand slam at over 400 feet to center field when it's still a 6-run hole. Doesn't pull the bunt back in time. It's a strike with the speedster Tarver over at first. I don't know who's left for Tennessee Wesleyan, but they got a lefty getting loose in the pen. Tomorrow in Point Park is tomorrow's problem. You got to win tonight to worry about tomorrow. Sayer turns, already squaring a bunt. Walking in from third is Hollick. Sayer daring the new pitcher Calvert to throw, and he does. It's a ball. 1-1. After the 6th home run of the game, and the first one for Tennessee Wesleyan and their leader shortstop, Sayer. We had almost 30 total walks between the two pitching staffs tonight. We've had almost 450 total pitches thrown as we're 2 batters in the top of the 10th. Again, Sayer shows bunt, he pulls it back. "14 men came to the plate in the top of the 9th for Tennessee Wesleyan, 9 to the dish in the bottom for Cumberland. Sayer already showing bunt. Hollick almost halfway in. He goes first base side. Sayer hoping it stays fair, but it rolls to the right and goes foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Might have gotten a little bit greedy on that bunt there, trying to make it into a, I don't know, it's pushing it right down the line. At that point, you just need to get the guy to second base, so might have been trying a little bit too much there.
It was a good read, though, by Sayer. Correct me if I'm wrong, with Hollick coming in as far as he did from third. If you push it to third like you normally would, being a righty, you're almost giving the 2 outs right there on a double play.
Absolutely, yeah. The defense was anticipating that bunt, and now he's got 2 strikes, and knowing him, I'm not going to rule him out.
Calvert out of the stretch, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Sayre down on strikes. A huge first out in the books here for Cumberland with the go-ahead run at first, as Sayre upset with himself, not able to move the runner over. Parker Stinnett did not bat in the 7th, but it has been an action-packed spot in the order. His pinch hitter McGill had a 2 RBI single in that 7th frame, and Stinnett has walked his last 2 times up, driving in a run. Word has gotten out about how weird and crazy this game is, and so Taylor students are now starting to make their way here, even though their team isn't even in this contest. Ball 1 to Stinnett. We saw this 5 years ago in the Oklahoma Wesleyan Freed Hardeman game back in 2018. That game went in the 13th inning. It was much less scoring. It was like 3-2 or 2-2 going into the 13th. Here it's 18-18. Runner goes. Ball 2 at the plate. Throw to the left. In time by a hair. And the go-ahead run in scoring position for the speedy Andre Tarver. Two 2-0 at the dish. Here for the third baseman, Stinnett. The lefty on the right-handed throwing Calvert. Curveball makes it 2-1. Excuse me, 2-1 on the outside part of the plate. Braxton Turner, the Hoosiers, on deck here for Tennessee Wesleyan. Fourth one, foul tipped and held on to nicely by Dukeshire, the catcher. 2-2 as Calvert out of the pen, trying to battle back here. He's the 6th different pitcher used tonight here by Cumberland in a win-or-go-home game in the quarterfinals. Tennessee Wesleyan, the top seed, lost last night to 4-seed Point Park. Cumberland lost to 2-seed Taylor yesterday, defeated Fisher at 11 a.m. this morning. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts here from Calvert. And Cumberland 2 outs away from an opportunity to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. There was still work to do, however, in the top of the 9th. After the grand slam from Sayre, a walk by the man that just struck out Stinnett, and then this guy, Turner, from Greenfield, Indiana. Was the tying run thanks to a 2-out single. Then the offense just went nuclear for Tennessee Wesleyan after that. 180 feet away is the go-ahead run. Turner tries to launch to the moon, misses on an inside breaker. A 2-for-5 night here for Braxton Turner with an RBI double in the 2nd. He's also walked in the 7th. Leadoff single for Tarver. Ground ball left side, diving, and it gets on through, stomping on the brakes on a nice play by the shortstop, Drew Dalton, to keep the go-ahead run at third base. Key stop from Dalton.
Very key, right? If he doesn't get that ball, I can definitely see Tennessee Wesleyan chancing that throw from the outfield.
First and third for Evan McGill, whose walk loaded the bases and then set up those 3 straight RBI doubles for the Dogs last inning. Fastball in, 1-0. McGill with a bases loaded walk in the 7th. It's one of the 3 runs in that frame. We've had 24 runs scored heading into the 10th in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Big swing and a miss from McGill, 1-1. A leadoff single from Tarver. He stole second. Has advanced to third on the 2-out single through the left side by Braxton Turner. 18 up here in the top of the 10th between 1-seed Tennessee Wesleyan and 3-seed Cumberland. A date in the semifinals tomorrow with Point Park is on the line. Spiking a fastball is Calvert. Good block by Dukeshire. We've seen Tarver's speed, and he's looking for any opportunity to come home those final 90 feet. By the way, we've passed the 4-hour mark in our game tonight, in case you're wondering. 30 hits, 36 runs between Tennessee Wesleyan and Cumberland. McGill would like to add at least one to both of those totals in favor of the Bulldogs. 2-1 Calvert, and McGill chases one near the shoe tops, 2-2. Six, 7, and 8 up for Cumberland in the bottom of the 10th. They're hoping it's still tied at 18. The 2-2. McGill swings and misses down to a knee, and he's tagged out by Dukeshire. And the go-ahead run left 90 feet away. And now Cumberland with a chance to play hero. We're tied at 18. Off to the bottom of the 10th.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
So the man that started the bottom of the 9th with Cumberland down 3 leads off the bottom of the 10th. It's the third baseman, Tim Hollick. He grounded out that inning as Wise starts him off with a belt-high fastball. Welcome to the bottom of the 10th. So much has happened in the last inning and a half, we don't have time to go over it. Just know that both teams have erased major deficits with 2 outs. 9 runs scored in the top of the 9th with 2 outs for Tennessee Wesleyan, 3 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th for Cumberland. And that's how you get to 18-18, bottom of the 10th. How you doing? Keep it moving. 2 strikes for Hollick. Wise deals upstairs, swinging and a missed fastball, and Wise with a good groove to start the bottom of the 10th. First pitch strike to Moreno. Moreno has had one of the multitude of big defensive plays when Tennessee Wesleyan was rolling there in the 7th as Wise off target 1-1. Stopped the ball on the right side to get the final out at third when Wesleyan was really starting to get their offense going.
Yeah, there's been some clutch plays by both teams, and as we've seen, there's just no stopping the offense for either of these ball clubs. It's going to be whoever comes out on top. Tomorrow against Point Park, oh my gosh. Might as well just call it a fireworks show.
Again, tomorrow is tomorrow's problems. 1-2, just below the knees away. 2-2 for the righty Moreno. We're only an hour and 13 minutes away from tomorrow, by the way, in the Eastern Time Zone. 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Wise has got the velocity turned up to 10. Back-to-back strikeouts in the bottom of the 10th.
There really seems to be a new sense of purpose with this Tennessee Wesleyan team. They came out a little flat, but hey, they didn't give up. They kept chipping away at that deficit, and now thanks to Sayer's leadership and that really clutch inning of offense, this is a whole new ball club.
Wise feeling it and Burns a fastball down the heart of the plate to Dukeshire. A 1-for-6 night for the Cumberland backstop, who's been 0-for-4 since a first inning single. Fouls off a fastball, 0-2. Tennessee Wesleyan had the tying run the go-ahead run 90 feet away. It was a strikeout that ended their hopes in the 10th. Wise trying to strike out the side here in the bottom of the 10th. He's got 2 strikes on Dukeshire already. Kicks and fires. Away, good take, 1-2. Nobody on, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th. Wise, the flamethrower out of the stretch. Pop up behind second base. Sayer, who else? 3 up, 3 down, bottom of the 10th. Let's go to the 11th. Still knotted at 18.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Mallet. To the 11th we go. And Preston Welchek, the DH, leads it off. Still on the mound is Ryan Calvert. His second full inning of work. He gave up 2 hits last inning and stranded him. It was Preston Welchel, the 2 RBI double that started a 3 straight double run. A bases clearing 3 RBI double that gave Tennessee Wesleyan the lead. They added 2 more for good measure back in the 9th. And it's 3-0 here to Welchel. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 7th for the starting DH Picton. The pitch. Ball 4. And for the second inning in a row, the leadoff man is on for Tennessee Wesleyan here in the 11th.
A lot of action in that Cumberland bullpen down there, Rick.
There's not enough Almost not enough room to put him. Mitch Rogers, last night's starter against Taylor, is up in the pen. He threw 127 pitches last night. 9-man, Webster squares a bunt. The lefty pulls it back for a ball.
Well, just like you said, Rick, there is no tomorrow if you can't win today.
Feel free to use that in one of your next short films. I'll sign off. Just give me the paperwork. Webster shows bunt, pulls it back again as the corner infielders almost come in to shake his hand. A ball and a strike in a game that has almost 500 total pitches. Over 30 runs, 30 hits on the nose. Third one, Webster punches that one high. It's a foul ball, strike two. Welchel to go ahead and run at first. Tennessee Wesleyan left 2 on the bases at first and third in the top of the 10th. We're tied at 18. Down the middle, looking for strike 3, and Calvert gets a big first out in the 11th. His 4th strikeout here in an inning and a third. He's given up 2 singles and a walk around those 4 punch-outs. But it's right back to the top of the order here for Carson Ford, the left fielder. Tennessee Wesleyan needed 9 runs. They got 9 runs. They needed 6. They added 3, all of them with 2 outs in the top of the 9th to even get here. Nice pitch from Calvert to start things off. It's a strike up and away. Ford with 2 RBI doubles tonight. His most recent one was the second of 3 in a row that gave Tennessee Wesleyan that 3-run lead. Off the end of the bat, fly ball into left field. Playing back was Hughes. He races in. It's diving. He and the shortstop dive into each other. It bounces away from Hughes, and Dalton is slow to get back up, and that is a scary situation in left. Second and third for Tennessee Wesleyan, but a head-first dive for Dalton into his left fielder, Hughes. And we'll take a break as the sports medicine staff runs out to take a look at the Cumberland shortstop, Dalton.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Back here in the top of the 11th, an incredibly scary situation with Drew Dalton sprinting his heart out, trying to get a fly ball in left field. He dove for it. Hughes came in hard as well. The two collided. Hughes was able to get back to his feet. Dalton was down for a little bit, but the ball was still in play when the ball got thrown into the infield from left. He was trying to get back to his feet. Casey Hackman, along with the Cumberland athletic trainer, also Tennessee Wesleyan's athletic trainer as well, wanted to keep him down on the grass to assess him. The good news for Dalton is he's back to his feet. He was able to walk off under his own power with a little bit of help from Hackman and the Cumberland sports medicine staff. He did have a towel held up to his face, but the best thing there, Lincoln, is that he was awake, he was alert, and he was able to walk back pretty much under his own power.
Absolutely. It's always scary when there's ever a collision on the field, and these guys are playing their hearts out, going all out, and sometimes even the best communication can fall through, and that was a very tough play to make. So, yeah, very happy that he's on his feet and he's walking off.
Still waiting to see who's going to be the substitute shortstop. Actually, it looks like it's going to be the second baseman as Juan Moreno is bumped over to short. And Drew Dalton is coming out of the dugout, and he is going to stay in. That is a fantastic, wonderful piece of news for 11 and black for Cumberland. Remember, he is the backup shortstop. Their starter, Xavier Torres, has been out with an illness for a couple of weeks. A great display of sportsmanship, too, by the way. Dan Sayer, the shortstop for Tennessee Wesleyan, came out, took a knee, and was talking with the Cumberland catcher, Dukeshire. And playing catch with his third baseman is Drew Dalton, the shortstop who careened into Hughes, his left fielder. And it looks like Dalton's going to try and give it a go here. Gives a thumbs up, and Dalton's going to stay in. That is one tough young man at shortstop. It's a double for Carson Ford, by the way, his third two-bagger of the night. It's the 10th extra base hit for Tennessee Wesleyan. 9 doubles in the Sayer Grand Slam. As Calvert getting his arm warm again with one more. One gone in the top of the 11th. 18-18 between 1 seed Tennessee Wesleyan and the 3 seed Cumberland. Good to see Dalton back out there, but now both teams have to regroup here a little bit. But now time is called as Dalton starting to walk here to the near sideline, and it looks like Dalton's not going to be able to stay in the game here. He's going to come over, take himself out. So you're hoping that Dalton could stay in, but just didn't feel something was right as he started walking over towards the Cumberland dugout on the third base side right before play began. So Juan Moreno bumps over to short from a second base spot. And coming in is Dylan Forbes at second base. The batter is Marco Martinez, who is the leader in batting average for Tennessee Wesleyan when this opening round began, but his offense has been hitless here so far in 2 games. He has 2 walks and a hit by pitch tonight. Outside of that, he's 0 for 4. An inside delivery from Calvert for a ball. 1 out in the top of the 11th. Runners at second and third here in an 18-18 ball game. Tennessee Wesleyan 10 for 22 with runners in scoring position tonight as Martinez bounces it softly to the left. A scoreless 10th inning. Cumberland went 3 up, 3 down on the bottom. Again, Tennessee Wesleyan had first and third, but couldn't get that last, or that one run across. Another opportunity here in inning number 11. Calvert a deep breath. The righty kicks and comes home out of the stretch. A curveball right in the upper part of the zone, expertly placed for a called strike 2. Welchel, the lead man at third. Two-strike pitch. Bouncing it in. It's 2-2. Forward with the double. Two and two. We have over 500 pitches thrown tonight between the two teams, by the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Swing and a miss. Dropped and unable to pick it up. Throwing to first, and the out is recorded. Runners stay where they are. Second and third is, again, Calvert has got the go-ahead run 90 feet away, but he hasn't blinked in an inning and 2/3.
Yeah, great play by the catcher there. Really smart on his feet. Stayed composed. Ball was in front of him. Made a really great throw to first. And now, yeah, if you're the Cumberland defense, you see the infielders taking a step back here. Now you're more focused on getting that out at first base.
9-1 and Cole Turney up for Cumberland in the bottom of the 11th. Here's the center fielder, Andre Tarver. Single to lead off the 10th, and then was the one that got all the way to third, then got left there. Curveball from Calvert up and away, 1-0. Righty versus lefty. In the air to left field, right at Hughes, and he makes the catch, backpedaling left, and the game remains tied at 18. And now Cumberland with another opportunity to walk it off. We're deadlocked at 18, off to the 11th. Bottom of the 11th.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone.
.62 lefty from San Diego, California. The first team All-Appalachian Athletic Conference man, Blake Payton, the ace of the Tennessee Wesleyan staff, comes in to start things off in the bottom of the 11th. Ball 1 to the man that just knows how to get on the bases. Centrell Farmer, the man who has been hit by a pitch or walked his last 4 times up. Payton, an 8-0 overall record, a 3.56 ERA. His 16th appearance this season, just his second in a relief role. He heats in a fastball. It's 1-2, looking here to Farmer. 2 innings in a row, the 10th and the 11th. The Tennessee Wesleyan has left the go-ahead run at third base. Foul tipped, and back it goes. But The good news for Cumberland is the guy that's running across the backstop here is Cole Turney. He's due up third in the inning. A small contingent of Taylor students are watching the proceedings from beyond the right chain link fence. 1-2 fastball bounces away, 2-2. .92 total at-bats between the two teams tonight, and over 500 pitches thrown. 18-18. Your score as we just are underway. 3-2 count, bottom of the 11th. With 31 hits between the two sides. Payoff pitch, liner into right field, and snagged by Cale Webster. One gone. So remember, no Drew Dalton. Looked like he was going to try to be able to come back, but something just didn't feel right, so he took himself out of the game after colliding with the left fielder Hughes. Swing and a miss, strike one. This was the first at-bat of the opening round for Dylan Forbes. Out of Tennessee, Forbes comes in batting .400, 10 for 25. Swings to the second one, he's down 0-2. Flails at one away, and there's strikeout number one for the Peyton coming out of the pen, and 5 men have come to the plate for Cumberland. 5 have been retired. Cole Turney struggling to get that weighted donut off of his bat. Finally drove the knob in to the turf, and it sets it free. 2 outs, nobody on. Tie game in the bottom of the 11th. And Turney can end it with one swing. Big swing is what he wanted. Swings and misses at a fastball from Peyton. Superstar versus superstar with 2 outs in an 18-18 game in the bottom of the 11th. Peyton, the San Diegan, peering over that mitt into the windup. A low fastball that turns him around on the hill, 1-1. An intentional walk to Turney with the bases loaded. Got one of the 3 runs that Cumberland needed back. And then Tyner Hughes is on deck, delivered a 2 RBI single. Peyton trying to play keep away, 2-1 on a fastball. First one swung at for a strike by Turney, the last 2 he's looked at. 2 retired, home side of the 11th, 2-1. Turney fouls it back, 2-2. We got here, by the way. Tennessee Wesleyan was down 6 in the 9th. They scored 9 runs all with 2 outs to go up 18-15. Cumberland then scored 3 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Turney checks his swing, bounces away. They appeal up the third base side, no signal, and now it comes in from Corey Stewart, a late one for ball 3. And the count is full as the pitcher Peyton was darting in, ready to throw it to first to try to get out number 3 and send us to the 12th. Yes, the 12th. Full counts. Peyton delivers. Turney looking, strike 3 on a curveball, and we go to the 12th. 3 up, 3 down in both innings for Cumberland. We're still knotted at 18. To the 12th we go.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
We start the bottom or the top of the 12th. 18 aside with 31 hits, and the guy that kept Tennessee Wesleyan here with a grand slam with 2 outs, down 6, Dan Sayer. First one in from Calvert for a strike. Sayer tonight, his 8th time at the plate. He's gotten 2 hits, but none probably bigger in his entire career for the senior out of California than that grand slam with 2 outs. What feels like a game ago, but was only 3 innings ago. Fouls away the second one, 0-2. There's some weird bag with fire floating out in center field. Sayer thought about hitting it that way. He pulls it to the left. Well, I said it's banana. We've been in banana land since the top of the 9th, so sure, there's some weird floating fire bag high above the student center. I don't think that's the new way they're making the spicy chicken sandwiches, by the way, at Chick-fil-A, for anyone wondering out there. If we turn the fryers back on, is Nelson's open? I need a bag of chips. 2 strikes to Sayer as he leads off the top of the 12th. Ball 1 up and away. Calvert looks out into the great beyond and center. He's up 1-2 on Sayer, who battles here again and pops it out of play. You want to talk about battling, that's exactly what Sayer did. Had the count full, fouled one off with 2 strikes before launching it 400 feet over the center field fencing. Calvert readies, comes home. Curveball, Sayer ducks out of the way, and he's got the count even at 2-2.
Sayer gets on base here, Rick. He's definitely going to fire up that Wesleyan dugout. He has been a spark plug the entire game.
The leadoff man has gotten on base both times to start. Extras here for Tennessee Wesleyan tonight. That's 3-2 on 1 up and in. Sayer not a big guy at 5'8", but a ton of heart for the Wesleyan shortstop. Seven of the 11 leadoff men have gotten on for Tennessee Wesleyan, including both previous men and extras. Payoff pitch to Calvert, fouling it off on a sawed-off swing. It's still 3-2. Here comes pitch number 8 from Calvert to Sayer. 18 apiece in the top of the 12th. Little rollover left side. Snagging it is Moreno to first. It's a wild throw. Sayer sets his sights on second base. Just the second error of the night for Cumberland. And for the 3rd extra inning in a row, the leadoff man is on, and this time he's in scoring position.
Sayer is very fast on the base paths. It would have taken a perfect throw to get him. And, yep, he's taking full advantage. Now you have your go-ahead run here on second base and a rejuvenated Tennessee Wesleyan lineup ready to knock him home.
Yeah, both these sides just kind of needed something to get them going again after the fireworks we had in the 9th. Opportunities, but nothing really big for Tennessee Wesleyan to get behind. They had runners at 3rd again, but it wasn't a leadoff triple or 2 stolen bases or anything kind of crazy like that, but a little bit of a spark here on the defensive miscue for Cumberland. It's the lefty third baseman Parker Stinnett. Late bunt shown, missing below the knees and appealing to the third base umpire Corey Stewart. He says no, it's ball 1. So after 16 extra base hits, it might come down to small ball here in the 12th. And 6 home runs between the two sides as well.
And this is why it's so important to take this seriously in practice, defending small ball and also executing it.
Bunt off the end of the bat, screams foul. 1-1. Moreno, the new shortstop, shifting over from second after Drew Dalton collided with Hughes on a diving catch attempt an inning ago in the 11th. Thought he was going to be able to stay in, and then something didn't feel right, so he took himself out. Forbes has come in at second. 1-1. Putting the bat back, is Stinnett. And it's 2-1. Almost 14 hours from now. Actually, it's 15 hours from now. The winner of this game is going to take the first pitch against Point Park in a semifinal game. 2-1 fastball up and away, and it's 3-1 with Triplett, the first baseman, hustling in with the lefty Stinnett trying to move Sayre 90 feet away for the 3rd extra inning in a row. We've been tied at 18 since the fireworks and the insanity that was the 9th inning. All 12 9th inning runs from both teams were scored with 2 outs. And a walk here puts 2 on. And if you're Tennessee Wesleyan, you're hoping not for just 1 run. We've seen Cumberland get multiple runs tonight. You probably need to get a crooked number up here in the top of the 12th to feel some sort of comfort.
Even then, Rick, after how this game has gone, scoring 9 runs this inning would not be enough of a
yeah, there might not be enough runs for any level of comfort for anybody on the field here.
But this was smart by Cumberland, pitching around that batter. Now you have runners on first and second, still have a double play possibility. You got first base playing in. They're still anticipating small ball.
The Hoosier Braxton Turner squares up a bunt. It hit him up high as that pitch got away from Calvert and Turner down on the field. We will take a break as the sports medicine staff comes out to take a look at the catcher, Turner.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Braxton Turner gets hit with a pitch on the face, able to walk off under his own power with a towel held to it, with both the sports medicine staff of Tennessee Wesleyan and Taylor. Head coach Billy Berry obviously checking on his catcher, who has come up with some big hits in these 2 days of the opening round. Scored the tying run in the 9th to level us up at 15. Back in his home state from Greenfield, Indiana. The bases are full of Bulldogs, with McClary coming in to run at first. The batter is McGill. Nobody out, top of the 12th, 18 aside. Bounces away. Here comes Sayre. Can't find it is the catcher, Dukeshire, and Tennessee Wesleyan takes the lead back at 19-18.
Once again, Sayre, incredibly aggressive. This guy is a competitor of the highest level. Took full advantage of the catcher not knowing where that block ball went. Such a little thing, and wow, they took full advantage, and here we are. 2 more runners in scoring position. Base hit, scores both of them.
Dukeshire just looked to the right. The ball was to his left, and that was more than enough for Sayre to score the go-ahead run here with nobody out of the top of the 12th. Another one bounced in from Calvert. Calvert in his 3rd inning of work. Came in to start the 10th. He's got 4 strikeouts. He's given up a couple of hits, but no damage done until here in the 12th. 2-0 to McGill. With Stinnett at 3rd and McCleary, the courtesy runner for the catcher, Braxton Turner at 2nd. And Calvert steps off the mound. And out comes Cumberland head coach Ryan Hunt. The righty has been getting warm in the Cumberland pen. That'd be Caleb Vaughn, who we saw earlier today. Yep. Add an extra ball to the count. It's taking too much time with Calvert, but that was a strategic move so they could get a little more time for Vaughn to warm up. We saw Vaughn earlier today. We'll talk about him next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
We've gotten to the part of the game where last night's starter against Taylor, Mitch Rogers, who threw 127 pitches, is the 7th man on the hill for Cumberland. Tennessee Wesleyan batting, 2nd and 3rd. The count's 3-0, and a fired-in fastball.
And with the infield playing in here, Rick, these aggressive Tennessee Wesleyan base runner, especially the guy on seconds, he's going to get a great jump. So if there's any solid contact, we're going to see another 2 runs crossing the plate here real soon.
Almost ended up on his hip. It's ball 4, and they're loaded back up here for the DH Preston Welchel. Calvert went 2 innings. He is responsible for all 3 men on the bases. Gave up 4 hits, the 1 run so far. 5 strikeouts, though, and 2 walks in 13 batters faced. We're in the top of the 12th, 19-18, the Tennessee Wesleyan lead here over 3-seed Cumberland. They trailed the whole game until 9 runs with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. A swing and a miss from Welchel, and it's strike 1 with the bases juiced. Tennessee Wesleyan has had 8 at-bats tonight with the bases loaded. There's some teams in the country that don't have 8 at-bats with the bases loaded in a month. And Welch will try to make damage again. Roll over right side. Splits the right side of the infield into right field. 1 run has come around. Here comes the runner from second. Going to be a tight play at the plate. And just sliding in safe with a head-first effort is McClary. Darting up to second base is going to be Welchell, second and third. And the lead grows even higher to 21-18 here in the top of the 12th. We have 39 runs scored and 33 hits. 21 runs on 20 hits for Tennessee Wesleyan, with still nobody out in the top half of the 12th frame. A ball to Cale Webster. It's our first game here at Winter Holder Field. It's gone to extra innings since the new scoreboard was installed. So we now know that whenever you get runs tallied in, as this one smacked to center field, this should bring home 2 for the 9-hole hitter. It'll be 23-18, the Tennessee Wesleyan lead on their offense, picking up the same juice they had in the 9th.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time right before one of these teams was going to break out again and have a big offensive inning, and it seems like Tennessee Wesleyan has struck first. We still have to see how Cumberland will respond, but the way things are going right now, it's Tennessee Wesleyan have awakened, and I don't know if they're going to go to sleep anytime soon.
Well, they're going to need to get some sleep. They are going to have a well-rested Point Park waiting for them coming up tomorrow at 2:30. Back to the top of the order and Carson Ford. Ford with 2 doubles his last 2 times up. Brought home what made an RBI double in the top of the 9th, which made it a 2-run Tennessee Wesleyan lead. Still nobody out here in the top of the 12th. Runner goes from first, throw down. Timing is there, but it pops out of the mitt of the new shortstop Moreno, and another man in scoring position on a swipe here for Cale Webster. Ball at the plate here to Carson Ford, the left fielder. He had a slow start, but he's gone 3 for 4 here since the 8th inning. 3 for 8 in total. An almost 5-hour game here in this quarterfinal elimination game. 2-seamer from Rogers off the outside part of the plate to the lefty Ford, 2-0. Or 3-0, excuse me. Fourth one, down for a 4-pitch walk. And like you mentioned it, Lincoln, you're so far into the game. Cumberland on their 7th pitcher of the night. Tennessee Wesleyan has used their 7th pitcher already. You've got so many guys being used just arms-wise. You have to go back to the tank. Both these teams have used guys that have pitched already in the opening round yesterday. You knew that fatigue would start to set in eventually for the guys throwing the pitches. As Rogers misses inside to Martinez, ball 1.
Yeah, in this battle of attrition, so to speak, from an offensive standpoint, both teams have really dug deep into their bullpens. So whoever comes out on top and has to face Park Point tomorrow is going to be, I don't know, it's going to take a huge team effort to keep this ball rolling when your arms are tired.
And not just your arms are tired, you're dealing with arguably the best offense in this opening round.
Very true.
You saw the fresh arms of Taylor that gave Point Park everything they could handle, but the Pioneers still kept swinging. And so against some tired arms, Point Park's probably in bed right now.
At least they should be.
If they're not, if they're watching, hi guys. We'll see you tomorrow in a few hours. Off speed away, 3-1. To Martinez, the 8th batter of the inning. There is one man standing, warming up in the pen. That is 29, Caleb Vaughn. It was 29-9 Rogers, number 9 in. The number 1 starter for Cumberland, Martinez, high and deep into the night sky to left center field towards the scoreboard. It's off the scoreboard. A 3-run home run for Marco Martinez, and the lead grows here in the top of the 12th. Nobody out. The 8th man of the inning drives a 3-run homer, second homer of the night for Tennessee Wesleyan. It's a 7-run Bulldog lead.
Classic moonshot there, Rick. Really good pitch, really smooth swing. I think the outfielders knew right off the bat that it was not staying in the park.
Eight runs. It's a 26-18 lead as Mitch Rogers' evening has come to a close, and here comes Caleb Vaughn. Every man that has come to the plate for Tennessee Wesleyan here in the 12th has scored, and they've turned an 18-18 game into a 26-18 lead. We're back with more next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Folks, we are 4 minutes away from hitting the 5-hour mark of our ball game tonight. 8 men have come to the plate for Tennessee Wesleyan in the top of the 12th. All 8 have scored. It's 26-18 Bulldogs in the top of the 12th with nobody out. And Caleb Vaughn making his first appearance of the opening round. He's the 8th different pitcher on the hill tonight here for Cumberland. Vaughn fouls the second one back. It's 2-1, or 1-1, excuse me. Away 1-2. Shout out David Toll, the SID at Kansas Wesleyan. He's tuned in to see the insanity here in Upland, Indiana. There's a really good chance right now we're the only baseball game going on outside of the folks on the West Coast. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Away, it's 2-2 for Andre Tarver. All the way back in the 10th. Remember the 10th inning, kids? Feels like a long. It's right. Our producer Missy Walcott's exactly right. That feels like a long time ago. She hit the nail on the head. 3-2 to Tarver. It was only 2 innings ago, and in that inning, it was Tarver who led the inning off with a single. He got all the way to third with a chance to go ahead in the 10th. Was unsuccessful in doing so. Payoff pitch. Fights it off and out of play. 3-2 still. Our final game of day 2 of the Upland bracket. It was an 18. Let me get my math right here. I need something. I don't know if fingers and toes to count. Walk, and it's going to be a bat around situation. Still nobody out here for Or actually make it a strikeout, excuse me. That's strike 3. There is one gone. It was 15-9 with 2 outs for Tennessee Wesleyan in the top of the 9th. They scored 9 runs with 2 outs. A ball to Sayer, who led the inning off with a single. Scored on a wild pitch. It was the first of 8 runs that have been tallied here in the top of the 12th inning. It's 2-0. Here to the shortstop, Sayer, who was the man that started that 9-run fire in the 9th to the grand slam to dead center field with 2 outs. The heart and soul of the Tennessee Wesleyan club has kept his senior season alive. As we're about to hit the 5-hour mark here in Indiana. Strike belt high, inner half, 3-1. The 3-1 from Vaughn. That's ball 4 to Sayer. He's on for the second time in the inning. Vaughn earlier today in the elimination game against Fisher. It seems like a lifetime ago at this point. 1 inning for Vaughn, 2 hits, a run scored, no strikeouts, and no walks. Lincoln, my friend, you've been around baseball your whole life.
Yep.
Is this the wildest thing you've ever seen on a baseball field?
In
the non-animal running onto the field category?
Yeah, at least at this NAIA level, this is the strangest thing I have seen in a long time.
Vaughn bounces it in. A 5.29 ERA for Vaughn, 2-0 on the season. 12th appearance. It's a strike here to make it 1-1. Also remember, though, you have the condensed rosters here in the postseason, and so you don't have the typical amount of arms that you normally would if you got into something banana land like this during the regular season. 1-2 on a called strike on the outside corner. So as we look ahead to tomorrow, again, we still have a bottom of the 12th to get to. Point Park's been sleeping for probably a couple hours now. They're going to wake up and look at this and go, what did we miss? A skyrocketed shot to center. Farmer's underneath. He's there for out number 2. And now it's going to be a pinch hitter. Or nope, it's actually going to be the courtesy runner, Aiden McCleary. Remember, he came in to run. He's the normal courtesy runner for the catcher, Braxton Turner. But Turner, the Greenfield, Indiana native, took a pitch off the face earlier in this 12th frame. Was able to get to his feet and walk into the dugout. And we look over to our right. The man on deck is Evan McGill. He's got the shin guards on, so it looks like McGill is going to come in and be the man behind the plate when we get to the bottom of the 12th. 2 outs in the top half of the inning. A 26-18, yes, you heard that right, 26-18 score in the top of the 12th. Tennessee Wesleyan has scored 9 runs in the 9th with 2 outs. They've scored 8 here in the 12th, not all with 2 outs. Little flare to center field. Finds the outfield grass. Sayer running on contact. He easily goes first to third. And the top of the 12th rolls on with men at the corners for Tennessee Wesleyan. And again, they lead by 8. But the way things have been the last 2 days, 8 runs doesn't make you feel comfortable.
Nothing's guaranteed. I mean, both teams will look back at the film and the stats from this game and try to break it down. It's like, oh man, where do you begin? Every inning has been a roller coaster, and hats off to both teams. They've played with great heart throughout, and Tennessee Wesleyan, who saw Sayer round the bases with a ton of tenacity. Their foot is on the gas, and I don't think they're letting up.
26 runs on 23 hits. Bounces away. Here comes Sayer, scoring on another wild pitch here in the inning. It's 27-18 Bulldogs. McGill walked earlier here in this 12th. He's the 13th batter of the inning as we have played 5 hours and 3 minutes of baseball here in our final game of the day. The sun was out when we started. People hadn't had dinner yet. Fast food restaurants has closed since we started this game. 2-0 here to the presumably catcher right now, the first baseman, McGill. Checks, it's a strike on the outer half, 2-1. Welchell's on deck, the new DH. Was a pinch hitter back in the 7th. Launched foul, 2-2. Here by McGill. But his bases clearing, 3 RBI double in the 9th with 2 outs. Helped turn that 6-run deficit into a 1-run Tennessee Wesleyan lead. They would add 2 more on back-to-back doubles. They led 18-15 heading to the bottom of the 9th. But then Cumberland had some 2-out magic of their own, scoring 3 runs with 2 outs. And we're here in the 12th. Hot shot right side off the foot of Triplett. Picks it up, unable to beat the man to first. Couldn't even get up as well as he dove to his right. It clicked off of his cleat. And it's 1st and 3rd again for Tennessee Wesleyan on the knock from McGill. So an E3 over there for Triplett, who's been stellar at the plate tonight. 2 outs, 1st and 3rd for the DH Welchell. Swing and a miss on an upstairs fastball. 27 runs, 23 hits for Tennessee Wesleyan. 18 runs, 13 hits for Cumberland with the bottom of the 12 still to come. And Vaughn gets a strike called on the outside half, 0-2 to Welchell. When we get to the bottom of the 12th, it'll be the heart of the order. Hughes, Triplett, and Saunders up for Cumberland, down by 9. Inside offering, almost got Welchell. He boogies out of the way. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Knee high, but off the plate, 2-2. Tennessee Wesleyan 13 for 28 with the bases, with runners in scoring position tonight. 2-seam fastball away, 3-2. Twice in this game, Tennessee Wesleyan trailed by 6. High, rocketed fly ball to deep right field. Sanders goes back. He's at the warning track. It's a 3-run homer into the night sky. And it's a 30-18 Tennessee Wesleyan lead with more 2-out magic for the top seed Bulldogs.
Yeah, the Bulldogs offense, I mean, what can you say, Rick? It's just been a total 180 from how they started the game. That ball just carried and carried. There's a street behind the right field fence, and I mean, I think it cleared it pretty easily. This outfield is, the ball carries here so well at night. The wind's not even moving, and the Bulldogs show no signs of letting up.
12 runs in the 12th inning. All but one man has scored a run in the inning. The only man that has not scored is Andre Tarver. His turn in the order is 4 spots away. Second 3-run hit, by the way, of the night for Welchell, who came off the bench to pinch it for the then DH Picton with a ground out in the 7th. He walked in the 9th, scored then, and then had the go-ahead 3 RBI double in the 9th, and now he adds a 3-run homer here in the 12th. Right side, just out of the stretch of the second baseman, Forbes. And Tennessee Wesleyan wants to leave no doubt when they go to the bottom of the 12th. Their lead is 12 at 30-18 on 25 knocks.
But as we've talked, Rick, the way this game is going,
you have to keep scoring.
You have to. It's this Cumberland offense they are just as capable of putting up these same crooked numbers.
You don't just fall into 18 runs, five home runs, and 13 hits. You just don't. And they've seen some high-level pitching here from Tennessee Wesleyan. Ripped and foul up the right field line from the top of the order in Carson Ford. Ford is the 16th batter here in the 12th inning for Tennessee Wesleyan.
I don't know what baseball cliche works best for what they've done today, whether it's a hitting clinic, batting practice, but their bats are swinging free and they are finding the ball, putting some great barrels on it, and they're getting lucky too. They're finding holes, and the ball is carrying much in their favor.
Foul ball, 1-2. Here's some other numbers of note, just in case anyone's wondering out there. We've had 146 batters faced tonight. Over 570 or 80 pitches, which is only 590 pitches. Let's get to 600. We will when we get to the bottom of the 12th. Six extra base hits tonight for Cumberland, 12 for Tennessee Wesleyan. 2-2. Up and out of play to our left. Carson Ford has batted twice in the inning. For all of you folks that have tuned in tonight, welcome to the nightlife that is Upland, Indiana here on May 16th. We're 9 minutes away from it being May 17th, by the way. Thank you, Payne. He's up in the booth running our scoreboard.
Yeah, for the past 2 hours we've been repeating this thesis of, well, leave tomorrow for tomorrow. We have to win today, but tomorrow is today. So
looking strike three, and we'll see if tomorrow does become the day. Bottom of the 12th, a 12-run hole for Cumberland. They're down 30-18, and they will try to keep their season alive.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
A 12-run deficit here in the 12th inning for Cumberland.
And I think all this madness, well, it actually started in the first inning, but it really became crazy after.
Yeah, you remember the first inning?
Eons ago. 3-2. The count of 3-2 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th, and a grand slam opened the floodgates for. I don't think any of us have come down to earth yet. This has been a very crazy evening.
No, we have been soaring. We're 7 minutes away from tomorrow. Almost 600 total pitches thrown tonight amongst 15 pitchers. 8 for Cumberland, 7 for Tennessee Wesleyan, and a leadoff walk here earned by Tyner Hughes.
As we discussed, Rick.
Yes, I've talked about a lot tonight over 5 hours.
We have talked about a lot. We have grown closer. We have learned about each other. Adversity has brought us together. But it's a 12-run lead with these two teams. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I mean, here's the thing. You kind of want to see Cole Turney get up here after a couple runs get scored just to see if he gets the ball thrown to him.
And why not? Hey, thank you.
Leaving campus pastor Reverend John Kavanaugh delivering treats to the press box. A bag of goodies to Lincoln Reed. Fly ball left side. Ford's underneath. He makes the catch and left. There's one gone. So here's Chewy Sanders. He came up with the bases loaded, and Turney was the winning run at third, 18-18 in the bottom of the ninth, and popped out. Has 2 solo home runs on his resume tonight. Ball one high here from Blake Payton, the first-team all-conference pitcher for Tennessee Wesleyan. Was probably slated to start the game later tomorrow. Swing and a miss here from Sanders. Well, he's pitching here in his second inning of work out of the pen. 1-1. Sanders fouls it to the parking lot. By the way, there's been a bus that's had its motor running since the ninth. It's not good for the atmosphere, kids. Probably when we got to the 11th, probably could have leaned out the door and said, "Hey, my man, you just turn it off. We're good. We're going to be here for a while." 30-18, the Cumberland deficit, a swing and a miss by Sanders, and Cumberland's down to their last out. But they're in this situation down 3 in the ninth, and they got the 3 runs they needed, but they're down 12 here. There's a third baseman, Tim Hollick. A leadoff walk to Tyner Hughes. And a strike here to Hollick, who struck out swinging to lead off the 10th. It's a 12-run deficit here for Cumberland in the bottom of the 12th. And swinging and missing is Hollick. And he and Cumberland are down to their last out, or the last strike here in the 2023 year. 3 minutes away from Tuesday becoming Wednesday. 0-2 delivery from the lefty Payton. Lifted in the air, through the lights, and to the parking lot. Over 600 pitches have been thrown tonight between 15 pitchers. Fourth one to Hollick. Fastball that runs high, 1-2. This is the 8th plate appearance for Hollick tonight. Sits on an upstairs fastball on in the opposite batter's box, 2-2. Hollick singled in the first when the sun was out. He got hit by a pitch also when the sun was out in the second. Scored on the fielder after hitting on a fielder's choice in the fourth. Struck out, singled, ground out, strikeout, and now he's up here again with a 2-2 count. Swings and misses away, and the game comes to a close at 11:58 p.m. A 30-18 Tennessee Wesleyan win, and the top seed stays alive. They're moving on to take on Point Park tomorrow.
A gritty testament to never giving up on your teammates, never saying die, and overall, congratulations to Cumberland on a great season and a valiant effort here. This was quite a battle to the bitter end, and it'll be exciting to see what Tennessee Wesleyan does tomorrow. And I hope they are able to get some rest before they inevitably have to get up and do it all over again.
Total run time tonight, 5:18, 5:19. 5 hours and 18 minutes, over 600 pitches thrown. Final score, 30-18. Tennessee Wesleyan was down to their last out, but the bases loaded in the ninth, down 6. They got a grand slam from Dan Sayer that kickstarted a 9-run ninth. They led 18-15 going to the bottom of the ninth, and then 3 runs scored by Cumberland with 2 outs to force us to extras at 18-18. Tennessee Wesleyan got the go-ahead runners on in the 10th and the 11th. They could not bring them home from the third base side, and then they erupted for 12 runs in the 12th as both teams' pitching staffs were stretched to the very bitter end. But 4-seed Point Park, well-rested and snuggled up in their beds, will get Tennessee Wesleyan tomorrow as the Bulldog head coach Billy Berry takes his hat off, rubbing his hands through his hair, and now resting both hands on his head as he walks towards his team, is huddling up on the right side of the infield. A 12-inning game that featured 48 runs and 38 hits. And Point Park waiting in the wings here to take on Tennessee Wesleyan at 2:30. Cumberland's season comes to a close, 36-15-1. Peyton gets the win for Tennessee Wesleyan. Calvert takes the loss for Cumberland. And with Cumberland's season coming to a close, we'd like to spend a special congratulations to the seniors on the Phoenix roster. Santrell Farmer, Cole Turner, who is nothing short of spectacular, Reed Bass, Chewy Sanders, Cole Alsop, and Will Caro, and Xavier Lindsay. We congratulate them on a great career. We wish them the best in their future endeavors. 12 innings. It was a 15-9 Cumberland lead heading to the ninth, and it was that way with 2 outs, and then insanity set in with a 9-run 2-out top of the ninth, 3 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, and our game finishes with 12 runs scored in the top of the 12th for a final score tonight of 1-seed Tennessee Wesleyan 30, the 3-seed Cumberland 18, 38 hits, and over 600 pitches were thrown, and 15 pitchers were used tonight between the two teams. So the top seed, Tennessee Wesleyan, moves on. They get Point Park tomorrow at 2:30. The winner of that game will try to force a winner-take-all game with a win tomorrow night against Taylor, and Thursday again in the if-necessary game. So for our producer, Missy Walcott, the executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is Seth Michael. Our analyst with all the knowledge is Lincoln Reed. My name is Rick Johnston. We thank you so much for all of you folks that tuned in tonight and got to take this ball game in here this evening. Tennessee Wesleyan moves on. They get Point Park tomorrow at 2:30 with a date in the championship game against 2-seed Taylor coming up tomorrow night here from Upland, Indiana at 6 o'clock. In 12 innings, Tennessee Wesleyan knocks off Cumberland 30-18. This has been a presentation of the NAIA Baseball Opening Round presented by Nelson's here on the Trojan Sports Network. It's 12:02 a.m. Wednesday morning. Good morning from Upland, Indiana.
Proceeding has been a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.